Welcome to the GreatBase Tennis Podcast. I'm Steve Smith, episode 157. Our last episode, 156, was a milestone. We've had 3 years of podcasts. Tonight, we're going to talk to the founder of our podcast, Andy Fitzell. That's going to be a great conversation. Always great to talk to Andy about tennis. Please note, though, fundraising, if you just were to go to greatbasetennis.com/roster, love that people to consider giving $10 on a reoccurring basis, $10 a month, if you find our content, our free educational content, to be beneficial. Let me call Andy up. I may need to get some assistance on this, but let's see. No, I think I got it on my own. Andy Fitzell's in Montreal. One ring. Montreal, Quebec. Hello, Andy. Andy, Montreal, Quebec. Telling our listeners that you're in Montreal. Stephen Smith. I've been called a lot worse. With Andy, how was the golf game today? You tell us, first of all, you're on your way to California, but right now you're finishing up with the weekend Montreal with you and Kim Burrell, right?
Yeah, so Kim was able to win a couple of good matches in qualified, which was great, playing some good tennis, and then played Caroline Wozniacki on her return to the tour. Didn't keep her form, and lost yesterday. Had some opportunities, but great big stage. It was a lot of fun. Good atmosphere.
Wozniacki.
And today Kim's been doing the WTA school. So she was in school today, and we had a chance to play a little golf. So it was all right.
Okay, let's go back on.
I was about 8 over. I think. I think I had a few pars. Made a nice couple of putts.
Let's go with golf first. A 4-letter word. Did you keep your head down and your left arm straight?
I'm not sure. I don't try to. I try not to overthink it too much. But golf was one of my first sports. I think I started when I was about 6. So I was able to get a decent enough swing so I can have some fun when I'm out there.
Cow pasture pool.
Not too bad.
I had every opportunity in the world to play golf, but never. My father used to say, you're going to regret the fact that you didn't play when you were younger. But then when you're a tennis teaching pro, sometimes most of the time, you got to hide from the sun if you get a break. The WTA school, I remember hanging out and being part of the years ago in the 80s, the ATP school. Is that career planning? What do they do at the WTA school?
Yeah, they take you through, changes in the tour and it's for the pension and all that kind of stuff. So they inform the players, educate the players on all those things. I've been told that they have some new things coming up. They're going to try to improve prize money and add more tournaments for the WTA, which is going to be great. And, level up a little bit.
With the ATP years ago, I think it was how to make money once you're done with a tour. And I think many of the pros, it's what to do with your money while you're on the tour because people are making so much more money.
Yeah, I know exactly.
With Wozniacki, a trivia question. There used to be a Canadian gal, Wozniacki. I believe she was top 20 in the world. Ishvan Toth is the pro I worked with. And I was connected with Ishvan through Richard Hernandez and Robert Steckley, who became one in the 18s. Coached quite a few gals on the WTA tour. He was coaching, there was 2 Wozniackis. There was a Canadian Wozniacki. So how did Caroline look after being away? How long has she been away from the game?
About 3 years, I believe. And she looks fit. I mean, I think she said in her interview that, she felt like she was a little rusty, but people were saying, I don't think there was much rust there, but yeah, she's moving well and didn't make a whole lot of errors and still has the same regress palm up serve, but she did enough.
Great backhand.
Really solid backhand and tons of experience. And, the crowd was definitely for her and, a lot of excitement for the return. So it was fun. Wish things could have been a little different, but that's the way it goes.
Where is Kim Burrell ranked in the world, and where is she ranked in Australia?
She is currently ranked, I think, 115 this week, but she's got some points from last week and this week, so she'll probably be closing in on top 100. And right now, she's second or third. I think officially second in Australia. Daria Seville, formerly Daria Gavrilova, has been out injured. Actually, Kim just beat her in qualifying. And she was formerly a top 20, I believe. Solid player, but she's been out.
Your connection with Kimberly, how long have you worked with her with this current run, and then you've worked with her in the past, correct?
Yeah, well, Kim was born in Dusseldorf. Her dad, John, mom, Roz, were living in Dusseldorf at the time, and they're friends with David Squire, which is kind of how all this came about. And then her dad, John, has also followed the GreatBase online. And so back in 2017, it was the first time that I met Kim in Dusseldorf, where they were visiting her and her brother, Cade, who has some ATP doubles points, younger brother. And so I spent a few days with them, going through strokes. And then again in 2019, I spent a week with her at the French Open, but that was right before she went through surgery on her elbow. She was out for almost 3 years, and then with COVID as well. So she missed a big window for about 3 years and really went down, obviously in the rankings through that time. So tough time. So, she's happy to be playing in, but really doing well considering everything she's been through.
And her age, how old is she?
She's 25.
25. So she's
25 in April.
Takes care of herself.
Yeah.
Today's 2025 is a young player. You get in the gym and you eat right.
Yeah, she's a great tennis player. Hits the ball really well. Just beautiful person inside and out. I feel lucky to be trusted to work with her, and it's been, a good run. We started in February. She won the first tournament, which, is good, but sometimes bad because then you kind of go, okay, where do you go from here? And there's still things to work on. But it's been a fun run, yeah.
So how old was she when she went? She born in Germany when she went back to Australia. When her father John?
Yeah, they moved back shortly after. I think it was 6 months.
Oh wow!
And they were back, and then her father was actually the head coach of the Pat Cash Tennis Academy, and then they moved to the Gold Coast, and they run the tennis center there.
Is that with a tennis Australia or privately?
No, it's private. I think it's a local facility, but they run it.
We have to get David Squire. You mentioned David, John's longtime friend. We'll have to get him on the podcast. I have reached out a few times mentioning that I'm proud to know the dumbest Australian on the planet. That Squire, he's a character.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'd want to do that to the listeners, but maybe.
No, he's a funny guy.
David, no, it's good. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Dusseldorf, you have a beautiful wife, and I'm the matchmaker. Tell the audience how I'm the matchmaker.
Yeah, 2015, I was coaching your surly son, Connor, on tour.
That's a good adjective.
I took a quick little break, came over to Dusseldorf for a camp. What did we have? 25 juniors from all around. Germany and around the world.
9 countries. Slept on. David set it up. It was so nice because I was trying to. Tennis parents can relate to this. And you helped out so much with my son Connor. He climbed very fast with your help, but you have to raise some money to fund a tennis child.
Yeah.
So it was pretty inexpensive for the kids to come, but when you take 25, and it's amazing, the tennis club, they just asked David. All I had to do was buy some nice gifts, and they had these really nice benches. I said, I'll buy more benches. Then I remember saying, hey, why don't I buy the biggest TV available? And I remember the club president, by no way, he didn't want, in that nice little restaurant, he did not want a big TV. But I think Dusseldorf's a
well,
great
you were
place.
paying.
Go ahead.
It is a great place. Going back to the time with Connor, you were paying me $50 a week, I think, right?
I think that might be a little high.
No. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that was a fun time. But yeah, so we were introduced through mutual friends. We went out to the city one night and she showed up and we both speak Spanish. So we just kind of hit it off. Turned out she liked tennis. And so I was brave enough to ask her out on a date while I was there, and we hit it off. And then a year later, we were married. So the rest is history, so they say.
Most organized, most structured person on the planet. Leo.
So when preparation and opportunity meet, you created the opportunity. I had prepared.
There you go. Your charm. Plugged away on that guitar a little bit, sang a little bit. Yeah. Turned on the personality.
We got a tennis date, and she was really impressed with my serve. It worked out well.
All the personality lessons I gave you helped out.
A little bit. So it was 2015, and then a year later I was there, and we spent the 2 years in Orlando, but been on and off.
Coming back to Squire, you worked with Henry. I met Henry when I think he was 6. They brought him over to me 2 consecutive years, and Mark Hamlin. We have to get him on the podcast. Longtime friend, and he went through my tutelage, and then he was fortunate enough to work with Uncle Vic. He's been in Germany longer than his years in the U.S. How's Henry doing?
Yeah, they both can't pronounce a German word to save their lives, but they,
you mean Hamlin?
They do okay.
Hamlin and Squire.
Yeah, I don't know who's worse, but they're both struggling.
How's your German?
But they get by. It's much better than those guys.
Well, I've always heard if you can speak 2 languages, when you learn the third, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Comes down to brain typing, though. You have to tell our listeners about ENFPs.
Well, it can. It can. The ENFs, the first place that glucose in the brain goes to is the speech and hearing cortex. But I've been told by John Neednagel and Jeremy that I'm an ENTP with an ENFP persona.
Say that again?
Makes sense in some ways. I've been told that I'm an ENTP with an ENFP persona. So, which makes sense. My interest in computers and math and science, but I do feel like I have a knack for accents and languages and things like that. But anywho.
Tell us what John Neednagel is son's Jeremy is carrying the torch. What's going on in that corner?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how John is doing. I haven't spoken to Jeremy in a little while, but we've communicated a fair amount in the past, and he's busy writing a book as well, I believe, and carrying that torch and doing great work. They still have the website, braintypes.com, so you can check that out. So a lot of resources online.
No, Henry Squire, his German's pretty good.
Oh yeah. Henry's German.
He's German, born in Germany.
Yeah, but
I always tease Squire and say he's German. He doesn't like it when I tell him he's German. He thinks he's still Australian.
Yeah. No, exactly. But no, Henry, he's doing okay. We spent almost a year together. He went from 1,300 to about 280. And that's about where he's sitting right now. I think 275. So he's getting closer to qualifying for the Slam qualies. And moving up, big kid. He's gotten a lot stronger. So hope he'll break through the top 200 and then keep moving up.
Yeah, I think with Henry, start the course, stay the course. His game technically got off track a couple different times. He was practicing with the big guy, Struff, right?
We practiced with Jan Leonard Struff.
Tell us a little bit about him. He's pretty much a late bloomer, correct?
Maybe a little bit. I think it took him a while. He's in the final of a lot of challenges before he finally won one. But he's a big guy, larger than life. He's a warrior, He big, strong, but I would tell David, Henry's dad, I would say, well, if you have to go to war tomorrow, are you going to go with Henry or are you going to go with Struffy? And it's definitely you're going to go with Struffy, but Henry's he's getting there. He's still young, 22 years old, and
he's like 6'5", isn't he?
Jan?
No, Henry.
They're 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", and Jan's 6'6", probably, maybe 6'7". Has had a really good year this year, and he's unfortunately injured at the moment, but yeah, he's a gamer for sure. Works hard.
I was with Henry one year, U.S. Open Juniors, and he knew all the German players. And I believe it was the year Kohlschreiber beat Zverev, and Henry was in the meeting where they're talking about how Kohlschreiber would go about it. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Stefanos Tsitsipas with a young coach, Konstantinos, who grew up with them, and he was mentioning how Tsitsipas really liked all one-handers, and he really liked Kohlschreiber. Now, Kohlschreiber comes to my mind also, too, as someone who, he wasn't necessarily a late bloomer, but he didn't set the world on fire in juniors. It's not like he was on top. Do you know much about him?
I don't. I asked him a question once years ago about returning. I think he was playing Karlovich at the time. And, I just said, you don't have much time to react to a serve like that. Do you ever guess? And he said, yeah, sometimes you just have to guess. But some people think we're doppelgangers, that we look alike a little bit. But he's definitely got a better tennis game than I do.
That's right. That's right. I forgot that. You do
too much about him, but
he does. How's it go? He doesn't look like you. You look like him, or vice versa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
But I have more gray hair, definitely. But yeah, he's got a pretty clean game overall.
With the women's tour, what are your thoughts when it comes to your mind? Like women's tour versus men's tour, what's the difference?
Just sunshine and rainbows all day.
Yeah, no drama.
No, people ask me that question, but there's some things you can talk about, but the game's the game. The courts don't change. The physical laws to get the ball over the net where you want it doesn't change. So, as far as those things go, there's no difference. There's definitely a difference in prize money. I can tell you that. It's a real eye opener when you're out there. The expenses are the same, but they're definitely not making the money that the men are making.
It's just interesting to hear that because the women are doing better in tennis than they are in other sports financially.
Yeah, I think the top of the game, but everything outside of the top 100, you're spending a lot of money if especially if you have coaches traveling. It's not easy as far as that goes, but you got to coach the individual. With men versus women, it's there's masculine women, there's feminine men. You just coach the individual. You get into personalities and brain timing and body types, and you have to adapt to each player and coach them, where it's necessary and communicate to them how they need to be communicated to. And that being said, you have to have your principles as a coach, and then you have to stick to your principles. So, walk the walk and talk the talk. Actions speak louder than words.
No, I think that's well put. When
that whole men versus women thing, there's some physiological differences for sure, but the game's the game, and you got to be able to compete. You got to be able to run. You got to be able to hit. You got to be able to recover. So what do you do in all those areas? It's not drastically different.
All the seminars, workshops, conferences on how for coaching women, like we said, the tennis court's a tennis court. Do you remember?
Yeah, I think it would be great to have more. Sorry, Steve, cut you off. Yeah. It would be great to have more female coaches. But an education is definitely important, and I'm sure they bring up some valid points. but the basics are the basics, and physics are physics, and the court doesn't change.
I know that you and I've talked about this many times for the listeners. When you touch upon the old clip that came out, there was a buzz for a while that you have to have an ATP forehand, not a WTA forehand. What comes back to your mind when you think about that?
You want to make me depressed before a travel day. I'm traveling tomorrow. Now you got to make me depressed. Okay.
Oh, you can't be depressed. Well, I could ask you to, why are you and I so wrong? Why is Uncle Vic so wrong on the forehand follow through? How many times did you have to answer that question?
Yeah. Really the whole point of a follow through is to create a hitting zone. You could also say, okay, to let the muscles relax gradually, the longer, if you have a longer follow through. But if you can try to get a hitting zone that's 6 to 12 inches long, just have a better chance to get the racket pointing at your target. 3 to 5 milliseconds, not a long time. So try to create a hitting zone. This still came up the other day with a coach that, I've become friends with on tour, and talked about, the forehand, forehand follow through, and, does it evolve? And you just go, well, where you see the racket end up is just the product really of how steep a player is swinging up and the speed that they're swinging up. Sometimes it's going to go up higher, sometimes maybe not as high. But really the whole idea of the follow through is to develop a hitting zone. So if you get that hitting zone, you're set. It really doesn't matter what happens after that.
Yeah, Vic used to say, an insurance plan, you can be late.
Yeah.
And make the shot. You can be early and make the shot. I ask kids all the time, they miss a forehand. I go, were you early or late? And because they miss, I was late. No, you were early. You were way early, but you just are releasing the swing from the wrist, and the whole thing about the forehand follow through ending up in your pocket, and how people mistake the recovery as the follow through. And it's almost like the follow through is not even emphasized anymore.
Yeah. For people that, they feel like it looks or feels rigid. And maybe it does at first when you're trying to keep that more fixed position. Fixed not meaning rigid or tight, but just that more fixed position where the curls in the back of the wrist is to work on the follow through with the strings pointing out towards the target as long as you can.
For our listeners,
it's unfortunate that the whole idea of stage development, you just got to understand, okay, we're gonna learn to crawl first, and then walk, and then jog, and then run, and then sprint.
Now, for our listeners, coming back and talk to you about your background in tennis, because some people might be listening for the first time, but someone who said to say hello is here with his younger sister, Hadley, is Jensen Rideout. And he just came back from a mission, LDS Church. He's always been a great communicator. It's just so much fun to watch him teach tennis. And he clearly understands that you have to have a long follow through, and I think you've already said it. Stage development. At this stage of the game, when you're working, the sister's just 10 years old.
Yeah, you don't have to have a long follow through, but it's sure going to help. If you're going to play on clay or grass where the ball can jump and move around, you want to have a safety zone there.
Well, and I know you spent so much time working with pros. I've certainly been at every level of the game, but working at the grassroots level, you ask parents, as your child ever said, they don't like playing pushers. So if someone hits the ball slow, soft, short, they're early, kind of like the change-up pitch in baseball where the batter swings early and it's a foul ball. But in tennis, it's an unforced error. They don't realize that they have to increase the upward angle if the ball's coming in slow, or move up to the ball, and just so many different things.
Yeah, the timing issues there.
With 1974, I've been talking to our listeners should know that no one spent more time with Vic Braden other than his widow Melody than you in the last 10 years of his life. But it was 1974 where Vic started those PBS commercials. And I know the tennis channel, they hold the rights to the Vic Braden library. I've been fortunate to be sent maybe half the books, and supposedly the other half are going to be sent to me. But what year were you born, Andy?
I'm a bicentennial baby, 1976.
76. So you were in the terrible twos when for the listeners, the fourth TV station came out, and there's no commercials.
I was never terrible. I was a golden child, really easy to deal with.
Golden child, I like it. With PBS, Vic did these 1-minute commercials, and he came into everyone's living room. I've been talking to Christina Dell, whose father, legendary Donald Dell. She's going to bring her kids up here to Wintergreen, Virginia, do some video work. They're very young, and someone told her to come here. But Donald is the one who put that together with Bud Collins. And, I would love to talk to Donald Dell about, he brought Vic Braden in to do the commercials. And that was really, that put, actually somebody that I'm sure Mike Costa, comedian. He went to the University of Illinois, and then he worked with us a little bit. And I talked to him one time. I said, "How you doing?" He said, "It's just like tennis. If you're on TV, you're making money." But not necessarily that Vic made money, but when we're teasing the other day about actually we had a podcast, as you would say, is in the can, and I was asked if I were to invite five or six people to dinner, and I said, well, I invite Patrick McEnroe because he's got the microphone. He'd be the most powerful person. He's on TV. But that put Vic on TV. So I had you invited to the table. I said, well, we get Andy Fitzell because he could represent Braden. Let me just ask you a couple of things. When it comes to Vic, and I say tennis court, I'll take, as Vic would say, I'll take the role of dummy. I got a pretty good idea what you're going to say. But as a big time Bradenite, and Andy and I mean, we can talk to somebody for 1 minute and they say, yeah, I really, I knew the Vic Braden method and whatever, Vic Braden system. What first thing comes to your mind when I say tennis court, Uncle Vic?
Long, narrow sidewalk.
Long, narrow sidewalk. Tennis racket.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. It's like when choosing a racket, you're like, blue, go with blue. And the other one I think of is, hey, what do you think of these new oversized, 110 square inch rackets? Well, now when people serve and hit their shin, instead of hitting one shin, they hit two.
With the other day, I sent you a note on my thoughts on your player playing Wozniacki, and I had Yvonne Ozeretz read what you wrote. By memory, could you tell us what you sent back in the text?
Oh yeah. Well, we talked about
it was a Braden. Go ahead.
Yeah, with strategy, I'm gonna hit my down the line shot inside out on a 38-degree axis. She has a trick fibula and will collapse moving north.
Yeah. I remember Vic talking about strategy, and he spent so much time around the pros, and he found out what's going on when the coach is talking to the pro, and the coach is saying, "What do you like to drink when you play indoors?" Just amazing. With one-handed backhand versus two-handed backhand, Uncle Vic.
Well, the myth that the one-handed backhand has more reach than the two-handed backhand. The two-handed backhand actually the radius is larger. So there's that. The two-handed backhand, we'd say with brain typing, is a little bit more suited for somebody who is gross motor skilled. So an SF brain type, where a one-hander is a little bit better suited for someone who's fine motor skilled, but really in the end it just comes down to personal preference. ATA, air the armpit for a one-hander, you can say that.
With fantastic.
With the in regards to the follow through, we air the armpit.
Right. The body segment turns in more at the impact point. You're more sideways. belly button 90 degrees versus
sideways.
45.
With stop the upper body, the racket accelerates 1.5 times faster than human muscles and can contract.
Say that again, Fitzell.
I said on one, whether it's the forehand or the backhand, when you stop the upper body abruptly, the trunk, the racket, the arm will accelerate 1.5 times faster than human muscle can contract, and on the serve it's 1.7 times faster. All just useless information. Now it helps, when you have to deal with questions or.
Well, I think some
people get into the science needs to explain how kinetic chain works, and for example, we had. You get some people that come to the tennis college, and you get some engineers or some people who think they see something. And I remember we had a guy said with Federer's forehand, well, no, the racket's just barely moving before contact, and then he just powers it through. I said, well, here is Roger's forehand, the 3D analysis that we did through Gideon Ariel's APAS system. And I'll just show you exactly how fast the racket is moving at every single point of the swing. And here it is, on the unit turn. Okay, right here it's going 6 miles an hour, and then, gravity it falls, and now it's going 20 miles an hour, and now at the point of contact, I just was able to show him, just pure objective data, like here's how fast the racket's going in every one of these points. So then it was just kind of, okay, now I know.
Well, I know you say
nothing subjective about it.
I know you say it in jest, but like when you helped me with so many different things. I mean, you started the podcast, or we've done a lot of different number of projects over the years.
So many things.
And we were
so many things.
Yeah, so we were
Except for your computer skills, Smith.
My phone skills as well. With Jack Groppel is basically the same age as me. We were both spoon-fed by Vic at the same time. And Jack got a PhD in biomechanics. Certainly played tennis, but his line of work, he wasn't really a teaching pro for the amount of time that Vic was. And Vic was a self-made biomechanist. But Groppel we interviewed him, and I said, hey, I love it how you used to say there's bio no mechanics, bio mini mechanics, and bio maxi mechanics. And that you really, you don't have to throw at all the numbers, but you really, if you're going to really understand the game, you need to get in the room and listen to people like a Gideon Ariel, Vic Braden, and understand the tennis math. Jumping around, what comes to your mind when I say mixed doubles is a fantastic adventure? The film Go for a Winner.
What comes to my mind is
it was a film, big one take
underrated video. Yeah, hilarious, informative, entertaining, amazing. That's one of the best videos I've watched that with so many different students. And like you always say, Vic was such a big time comedian that you go, wait, let me rewind that. Now listen to this part again. Write that down. Because there's so many gems in there. No, I remember you saying when he made that mini complaint about, it's warm in here because he was sweating and the lights and everything, and he said, "Oh, should we do it again?" Because I complained. Yeah, that just goes to show Vic's character. That's where you say, "Well, I'm at the dinner table to represent Vic." But, there's some big shoes to fill. Just Vic Braden, the human being, the person, was just he really cared about people, and not that I do, but really cared about people. It was just a world-class human being.
The film came out. It was produced in 1975. Listeners, it was one take, and it was for doubles. It was said mixed doubles is a fantastic adventure. It's the principles for doubles and fundamentals stand the test of time. And how Vic did it is he had what were those things called where you had the roller? I mean, the type of AV equipment he used. So the plastic sheets.
Yeah, he had the screen, the screen projector, and just had ink, and he just, we had the clear.
Yeah, and he would crank it, and
projector. He just.
So he'd crank it a couple of times, and it was a clear screen, and he had the Sharpie, and it was 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the other day I was talking about the late Tom Fye, and I would walk by Fye and go, "Who's in trouble?" And he'd go, 2. And
but driver lob.
Yeah, so that the Tennis Channel has that, and it should be shown once a week. I mean, they could get class acts like the Bryan brothers, who also would be in Vic's library from a really young age because they spent time with Vic.
Mm-hmm.
But so it was really maybe the next year, 76, 77 was right in there where I volunteered in Boca Raton, the Boca Tennis Association, and with my computer skills, my AV skills, I had to be taught, okay, show me how to do this. And it was 16 millimeter, had to, rewind it, reload it. And for a Saturday and a Sunday, I kept showing it. And then that to me was the number one reason where I said, this guy is not just funny. Because if you watch it like 10 times in a row, I always go, it's a myth all the way through tennis where the macho male ego puts the woman in the deuce court, and they're two righties. The person in the deuce court plays more shots. If they've taken the first game's 5 returns and they've taken 3, it comes back, they're returning again. The gal in the deuce court's taken 4, and the partner in the ad is still at 2. And then right-handed players, 85% of players or more have been taught inefficient grip on the forehand volley. And where's the racket face? The deuce court. 85% of players are running around their backhand, hit their forehand late, and they pull. And where's it go? It goes to the deuce court. And
pull across the backhand, across the body, and it goes right to the person at the net.
And the man says
to the woman, and then on the side, he pulls across his body and hits it perfectly across court. And the man says,
see, honey.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. With what comes to your mind when I think about, or if I were to say that Vic Braden was misinterpreter, the book should be written, Vic Braden, the person, Vic Braden is missed and Vic Braden was missed. What comes to your mind with tennis teaching today and, Vic Braden's work being relevant and such?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt there's a lot of people that miss Vic and wish you were around, but when you look in the books, they'll look at the pictures and think, okay, well, that's definitely outdated, which, they're in black and white and they're wearing funny clothes, and even his videos, they're wearing short shorts and different rackets, and some things are outdated, but it really comes down to forehand follow through. I mean, people will talk about switching grips on the volleys and things like that, but it's really just with forehand follow through. And so then, when you misinterpret what he was trying to achieve or show people, especially just the masses, people just trying to go out there and hit the ball back 3 times in a row, which is the same thing on the pro tour as well. So many errors, but it's just to create that hitting zone. And so, where he would have players just stop the racket after the hit and have the shoulder come under the chin and just freeze it there to see if you still had a fixed wrist position. People would misinterpret that, thinking, okay, it's just gonna like that or stop like that. But it's not. If there's any kind of modern serve or modern volley or really modern backhand, modern slice, underspin, besides people coming outside in especially when they're warming up. So it's really just the forehand. But Vic talked about pre-stretch forehands, which now people say lag and snap. I mean, those are in his videos. They're in the 90s, and he even talked about that in the 80s. So he was ahead of his time, and people just, you got to study it, you got to be around it, you have to be able to live it to really get those little details all the time.
Well, I think as you do every day, is you have to be able to apply it. There's.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is the proof is in the pudding in the end. When you get people the shot is really what it comes down to. Well, you got to make the shot. You got to make it under pressure. You got to hit the ball deep. It's not so easy. The highest levels of the game, people are making the same mistakes, just at a faster speed.
I think so much. It's the entry level where no substitute for good beginning. Steve Campbell, who you've known for years and years, he was part of your career when you were really young. Your career as a junior player, correct? He sent me a text the other day. Said, he's the director here at Wintergreen, Victor Kenneth Braden, August 2nd. Yeah. He would have been 94. But we've said it 1,000 times over on this podcast. The dimensions of court and physical laws dictate stroke production. No coach's opinion or any unique theory. But I think that's what was missed is, and I always said that, he was so funny, so gracious, so admired and loved that people missed on the information.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's so much there. I mean, when I first started teaching at the Vic Braden Tennis College in St. George, Utah, I was training there as a teenager, 17, 18, my last year in juniors. Tomlin was my coach there, as well as Dave Nostrand. And, I started to fill in a little bit, with the match play and try to help people with their tactics. I was probably 17 years old. And so I don't know how I was going to go with that, but it helped me. As you would say, I'm having a senior moment. It's been a long day here in Montreal.
How's your French?
Je m'appelle Andy. Ça va? Très bien. I can say a few words.
Do you enjoy Montreal? So different, huh?
Yeah, beautiful city.
Really nice first time there, or you've been there before?
I've been to Quebec, Granby. I've been to some challengers up here, but first time to this tournament, and really, in Montreal, I believe.
No, I grew up on the American side, 85 miles from Montreal. So much different than, like, say, if you go to other parts of Canada, like, say, Montreal versus Toronto. To me, it feels very European.
Yeah. No, I think, I don't know, we were talking to Steve Campbell. It's a really pretty neat story for me, how everything got connected as far as, Vic and you and Tennis Tech. Really, when I first started playing tennis, 10, 11 years old, the Vic Braden Tennis College was there in St. George, Utah. That might have been me in ESPN Breaking News. But when I first started playing tennis, the Vic Braden Tennis College was there. And I remember Mark Jakes, who was a tennis techer, coming over and playing with my coach when I first started, Clark Barton. And, there were some things where it was like, okay, it's a little different. And, Clark was a good athlete and a decent tennis player. But I became aware of, Vic Braden a little bit then. And then a year or two later, I ended up back in Orange County in California. And my family didn't have tons of extra money. So we ended up out in Costa de Casa, and Steve Campbell was the head coach there, and they put me on a work scholarship, and, got to know Vic back then and spent some time. And then later on, being back in Southern Utah at Vic Braden Tennis College, and then, the Tennis Tech being with Dave Nostrand and that whole connection. And that's where I first started to learn about you and studied, old material from Tennis Tech, really, before we ever met. But then working with Steve again years and years later, just before Vic passed away in Maui, when I just needed to change and actually needed to try to make some money at the time. And I was living in a shack that I used to call the spider dungeon.
In
I actually
Maui
had a
or
rat.
you're in California?
No, this is in Orange County. We always
California,
started
yeah.
raising funds, and we had some things promised to us that never really worked out. But and so I just needed, I needed to kind of move on for a little bit. And Steve said, "Hey, do you want to come out here and be the head pro? I'm directing this place." And it's like, "Oh, yeah, sounds pretty nice." I didn't have hot water for a while, but and then just shortly after that, Vic passed away. And in fact, Steve was, he let me know, called me up. I'll never forget that. Let me know that Vic had passed. Anyway,
Yeah.
My mom used to always use this. She used to say, "Oh, heavenly choreography," because my parents were in show business, and I just kind of think all the connections, that it was meant to be with all the different people. And, it really is a family. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, with Tennis Tech, for our listeners, that was a nickname. I actually didn't ask for permission. Created a logo. Never didn't ask any of the administrators. It was too good a name. They were just gonna. It was a 2-year school. I used to get reprimanded by the gentleman who made the whole thing happen. Who was the president board of trustees. I called. I said, "Well, what we're really doing is a trade school." He said, "Don't call it that." And but everybody thought Tennis Tech was a pretty good name. With
it's cool.
yeah, it's great to hear the names like say Mark Jakes and Dave Nostrand. I sat in one time. I had met Warren Pretorius, and was with a good friend of yours, and runs Tennis Analytics. And I was at a USPTA national convention, and went up to him afterwards. And he had met me years before, and years go by, and you lose a little hair, and you have to reintroduce yourself. And I said, "You spent a lot of time around Vic," and he said, "No, I've spent a lot of time around Mark Jakes and Dave Nostra and Andy Fitzell." And that it's with I always come back and go, obviously you and I, for example, we're fortunate enough to know Vic Braden the man, Vic Braden the person, but just as a resource, there's people who they just knew the resource and they've done very, very well. A lot of people I've trained certainly weren't fortunate enough to, maybe they've worked a weekend or two with Vic. But why don't you touch upon that? With was it Santa Ana where you mentioned living in the garage? It was a garage apartment, but junior ambassadors. We certainly think peer teaching is a cornerstone of what we do. But why don't you tell the listeners? Because that's when you mentioned fundraising and some things were promised you, it was for the junior tennis ambassadors. Tell us, just relive that for a minute.
Yeah, in 2009, I believe it was, I moved back to Southern California full time. I had already been doing projects with Vic all through the early 2000s, and then I moved back to Southern Cal just to be full time because we were doing the 3D projects and things like that. And so in 2000, I think what year it was exactly, 2000, maybe 10, 11, 12. We started Vic Braden's Junior Tennis Ambassadors, and it was in Santa Ana, California. And the idea was to try to get more Latinos involved in tennis, and we wanted to give them free instruction. And so the mayor of Santa Ana, Mayor Miguel Polito, was helping lead the charge on that. And we had a facility there in Santa Ana that we had partial use of, but they had an academy there that was, doing well. So we couldn't really take that over, but that was kind of the plan that we would. But we ran the program for, a couple of years. And so we would train, young middle schoolers or high schoolers in tennis. And we would have some experts come in and, go over different things. But, we just train these kids to teach other elementary schools. And it was really fun. We'd go in and we had our team of junior coaches and, some, I think even Mayor Polito's son at the time was maybe 8 years old, and he's talking about how, there's no such thing as muscle memory and memory stored in the brain and, just kind of wowing adults. but it was successful, and the kids would go through training, and they'd get a certificate in the end. But in the end, we just weren't able to get the fundraising that we needed to keep it going, and then also courts, the facility to keep it going. So, and then 2014.
But also Vic wanted to take science to the classroom, for example, to explain the science on how does someone generate topspin,
yeah, to help kids learn math, science, languages, because Spanish obviously was heavy there in Santa Ana. So learning all those things through the medium of tennis. So it was really fun. And, the whole idea behind it is that when kids teach kids especially with attention deficit, ADHD and things like that, when they measure, the noise level in the room, things like that, they would show that the concentration level went up over 300% when the kids were teaching the kids. And so, and we've seen that when, the work that we do, where every kid learns to teach, because that helps you master the information as well, is to be able to really, to own it, to teach it. But really, they do a great job, sometimes better than we do, because they, communicate with their peers, and they're not afraid to make them look or feel silly when it's just their friends.
To ask questions.
So, it works really well, and if I were to run a club, I would definitely have scholarships for kids like myself that I had, where it's like, okay, maybe you can't afford this, but you can be trained to teach, and then you're going to help us teach these younger groups for free. So you're going to be giving back. You're going to learn the information, and then we can have these kids that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. You can charge them a nominal fee, maybe free or $1, and it would just work really well to introduce new people to the game, make it less expensive.
Right, for sure.
It's kind of a win-win. That's really what I was hoping for with that program in Santa Ana. At least that was that I could see. So
no, if it was just to grow,
maybe
go ahead.
Someday. So, yeah, maybe someday, but right now I'm a German.
A traveling tour coach with Sal Khan, Khan Academy. Flip it, turn it around, where kids are teaching kids through his YouTube clips, and how that story started, where I believe he was just teaching his niece and his nephew, and he put it on YouTube, and then he just noticed that more and more people were referring to it just started where it was just for his niece and nephew, and it just, other kids were stumbling upon it at first, and that's where young kids many times are just intimidated to ask an adult a question, and they could be in the back of the classroom just frozen. And
no question. I mean, yeah.
Along those lines,
it's visual. And, I was saying it's visual, and you can go over it over and over until you own it and get it. The teachers are all that do those videos. They do a great job. They're all knowledgeable.
With technique, why don't you elaborate upon a Bradenism? There's no such thing as little strokes for little folks.
Yeah, the idea is just to not have to have a kid start all over again. Like, okay, now you're ready for the big time. You can teach, I guess we can say, adult, strokes or technique to young kids. High, low, high. Inside out. So all the basic concepts that are needed, how the body works from a young age, from the very beginning, and not have to dumb it down so much so that they have to do a whole new set of motor programs as they get older. The idea is just to get them going right away. Strength is obviously the big issue, but you can use 2 hands or modified rackets that are lighter. It works.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier Vic being ahead of his time. He definitely knew. Certainly, it was called muscle memory. Where it changed to brain memory. Perhaps now it's changed to myelin. But that a kid gets programmed. Down together, up together, scratch your back. There are a few things that like it's great for a really young kid to have a two-handed backhand volley or even have a two-handed forehand, because they're going to fall into the trap of having, like in the forehand, a very extreme grip or a swing that goes way behind their back. I read something the other day on tennisplayer.net, and it's very much like the movie King Richard. Is like, well, I just don't see, the person perhaps saying it was a direct quote from Braden or even paraphrasing, with so many things. It's great that just to read or hear people talking about Braden. One thing I mentioned on a podcast earlier that Dave Secker, who's always a good friend of yours, and is, I guess, an associate when it comes down to working with players and such. To take the Braden book, you've already mentioned it. It could be presented with more brevity, simpler, and what fits with an Instagram 1 minute post type thing. But it stands the test of time. But with the little kids, like we have that film of Pete Sampras in the two-handed backhand volley. And, and the thing is that it's really crazy. You helped me with so many juniors over the years, where I think of one in particular where, first of all, he had a very poor one-handed backhand volley. But the way it worked is, well, you want to really hit a one-handed backhand volley because you want to be like the pros. You're very, very small. You're young. Well, you go up to the net and you run around your backhand volley and try to hit a forehand volley. But then even another step, you don't even go to the net. But where kids want to be like the pros. And actually, if you could comment on that, I think that there's a lot of positives on being inspired, but the kids today that are just looking at YouTube clips, that wasn't accessible years and years ago. And I remember the late Peter Burrell used to say the places that he had taught, and I don't think anyone, someone who you and I both know well, Raven Klaassen, because if Raven traveled to so many African countries, maybe Raven would be a player who would be up there or an individual would be up there who's been to the most countries through tennis. But Peter, he was the globetrotter. And he said where young kids learning to play that didn't have access, they hadn't watched pros play. In many ways, it helped them out. What do you think about the copycat pros? What do you think about the YouTube clips? And, and you're someone who's on the tour who's been around junior tennis a ton. What do you think about what you see when you go to a junior tournament?
Oh, you use the word inspiration, and it just reminded me of a book I'm listening to right now. And the guy says, forget inspiration, forget motivation, because it's fleeting. It doesn't last. What you need is good habits. And it really is in the end. I mean, for junior players listening, pros, whoever, you really just have to form dependable habits. People can motivate you, inspire you maybe for a few minutes, move your feet, or I'm going to get up at whatever, you get maybe some kind of little bit of inspiration watching a pro. That looks really neat. But in the end, you have to get really good habits and form routines that are going to get you to where you want to go on the days when you don't want to do what you need to do.
No,
that's one thought.
There's so many
with inspiration and habits, but going with the pros and YouTube and all that. Yeah, well, first of all, you don't even know what you're looking at. And also it's just you take one random forehand and you don't know what's going on in the other. You don't even know if he made that shot, or she made that shot. You don't know. And then when it comes to the volley, it's like, yeah, well, okay, watch that guy volley. Okay, fine. You see a lot of downplay because he has a composite grip between continental and Eastern forehand, and the racket path has to go down. But you're also never going to see that person at the net. A few months back, I was in Indian Wells, I was helping JJ Wolf a little bit, on the court, and we were going through his serve a little bit of things. But I watched him play doubles. And one thing, he was playing Yannick Sinner. He was playing with Marcus Giron. He was playing Yannick Sinner and another guy. And, all these guys are great athletes, and they hit the ball so well off the ground. And Sinner's toss is just going much further in front and a little bit lower. So he's improves his serve. And JJ needs to keep tossing the ball out in front. But these guys can't, Yannick Sinner can't hit a backhand volley. So you watch these guys, and you watch your favorite player volley, especially on the backhand side. They don't go to the net really, and they don't stick volleys. They get in positions where they're so close to net, and all they have to do is just go dunk, or maybe take a swinging volley. It's not like they're really refined, playing the volley in a two-shot sequence or anything like that. So you have to look at all those different things and take it for what it is. There's certain things you want to copy and certain things you don't, and then you look at the whole. All these players have holes in their technique at some level, where okay, that's not going to match up well against this person or whatnot. So you have to constantly navigate. On tour, you have to constantly navigate. Okay, I know what my player can do. I know what their flaws are. Or what things they're working on, and how is that going to match up against this player, their game style, but also stroke wise, and just okay, where can I? It's almost like being on a ship, and everybody has holes in their boat, but where can you try to sail the boat where the water is not so deep? So it's all these little things that you're trying to navigate. But yeah, so you just have to be very careful when you're watching the pros. Okay, yeah, it is inspiring to watch how they can hit the ball, but at the same time, for me, all I really pick up on is okay, that's where that's going to break down. And to take it a step further, is you go, well, you could break that down if you had this shot, but unfortunately, you don't own this shot. You don't have this tool, so what are you going to do? You have no option. So, Vic's question to Roger Federer. I made the list and went out and worked on all these shots I needed to have to compete against these players. It's really logical. And the question asked to Rafa, he just goes, I don't know, I just hit it. So, it can work, but there's different intangibles with a Federer versus a Rafa to why they're both great champions. But yeah, consumer beware when it comes to YouTube and what you're seeing.
Consumer beware. Going back to what you said earlier about the book you're currently reading there's so many great books. It's amazing how the message is really in the end are the same, is that you just have, habits, discipline. The book, Positive Coaching, Dimit, desire is much more important than talent. Dedication is much more than talent. Discipline is much more important than talent.
And this, in coaching, we talk about the human relationship side of things. You got to coach the individual, but also where, I still feel like I'm fairly young. I'm approaching 50, but you really have to just try to walk the walk. You can't preach to somebody, hey, you eat healthy, and you're just counting treats all day.
Yeah.
Your actions do speak louder than words, and nobody's perfect. And for sure, I've made tons of mistakes over the years, but I expect my player to be fit, and I've got to try to be fit. You got to try to be an example. That's the best way. So,
with
as far as coaching goes, you gotta live it. I actually, just to tell you that, I started working out with kettlebells. This guy on Instagram, TikTok. It just happened because I was researching, looking at kettlebell training, and I found this guy who's doing videos online, and the first one is the video that I saw. He was saying, I keep seeing this video, and it's here's this exercise, and it was kind of, it was just kind of ridiculous. And he's like, just stop doing this. Just do this. And it was just a really basic, like kettlebell swing. It was just like, hey, just don't worry. This crazy thing is not going to do anything for you. It's kind of, it'd be like kind of like, hey, learn to hit this outside in slice backhand. That's not going to do anything for you in the long run. Just do this. And so I kind of got a chuckle out of that. And then I watched another video where he was responding to people that are criticizing him. And he said, let's see your videos. Let's see you. You're nameless and you're faceless. You have some username that's like Bob794XQZ, and there's no profile picture. It's like, who are you? Let's see your videos. And I saw the same thing. It's just kind of like, well, that's fine. You can criticize, and that can be healthy, and you can start a discussion. But let me see your players hit the ball. Let's see it. It's that kind of thing. So I started working with this guy and really enjoying the kettlebell training. But you gotta live it. You gotta show it and live it.
Let me go back to that's great with center. Our listeners to hear Yannick Center doesn't have very good backhand volley. You could go to a Division I tennis match, men's Division I Power 5, and there's 3 courts of doubles. It's a pretty safe bet there's not one good backhand volley. What's your comment to that?
Yeah, the guys can bang the ball, serve, return huge, hit great off the ground, and they're staying back where they're comfortable. So they're coming in the net and they're just fish out of water because this is as far as going forward. And, when I was traveling with JJ when he was playing on challengers and maybe, first breaking into some ATP tournaments, trying to get him to recognize vulnerable positions and go forward and use the underspin, and because he can volley well, but you have to have those instincts, and you're going to lose a little bit, and everybody wants to win. And now it's like at this point now he's trying to add a little more of that to his game, so which is great. But you just keep doing those things. For example, we talk about players as, hey, just play 4 games of ghost doubles where you just have to serve and volley or one bounce. I just put a little bit of practice in
for our listeners
every day, and then you start to develop those instincts. It's changed. Even with Kimberly right now, she's learning to go forward more. To add offense, she's not free mentally because we're working on some things technically, and she's open to it. It's great, but we're playing. She's full time on the tour right now, and it's not easy to make changes. And like for example, her match yesterday. Her serve reverted back, and she had 10 double faults, and there were some opportunities to take the ball out of the air, and it's very tough to change those tactics. But she's also been making a lot of progress in those areas as well. In the matches prior in quality, she's getting to the net, and she's learning some of those patterns, but still has to own the information. Holding the line, or for me, I need to do a better job talking about. What it means with the 2 bounce rule and what it means to center of the ball. It doesn't mean you have to hit right down the middle, but, from behind the baseline to keep your opponent in the pocket, but you got to hit deep and wait till you're closer to the baseline or inside to where you force. But it's very difficult, when you're 25 and you've been playing tennis your whole life to change technique and tactics. You got to know what you're doing to try to do that when there's a lot of money on the line and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's why it's so important to start from an early age to just work on those patterns, so that when you get older, you own them. You're comfortable.
I like how you say you don't want to have one bad rep. Vic used to say, what you're just referring to with Kimberly is the gear shift syndrome. When someone years ago was learning to shift a car, you find it, you lose it, you find it, you lose it. And then pretty soon it's like, okay, I've got this down. The formula we have is I plus I plus I equals I. Information, ideas, and insights equal instincts. I was there the day you started with JJ Wolf. My son Connor was on his way out of Ohio State, or you and I were there we we were doing a clinic in Cincinnati and going to Philadelphia. Then you hooked up with David Cass, but JJ had a palm up serve. I mean, he great athlete, but I remember you bringing him to a camp that I was running in Cincinnati. One time you did it with me, another time you were just visiting, and he was so good in front of an audience answering questions, whether he was talking to a 4-year-old or a 40-year-old. But I mean, you've helped him so much. I mean, to me, his swings look very much like Agassi's off the ground. With, he just doesn't have the, you do the math, he spent so much time playing soccer. He was late converting to tennis, not late like it was wrong, but late in years. And, Agassi didn't go to college, and, obviously with what Ty Tucker, Ohio State does with workouts. But yeah, JJ, I watch him and I'm just saying, geez, if he was based in Germany playing mini tennis 3 with you, he just needs to do more training. But it's no different than, Roger Federer saying, I always like my forehand better than my volleys. And you could say with Roger, it was that 2017 match, he started using tennis analytics where, Uncle Tony one time said, we can't believe how he plays. He runs around his backhand and hits his forehand into Rafa's lefty forehand. And then later Novak, or a couple of years later, Novak comes on the scene and his backhand is so good. But coming back to center's backhand volley, it's like Rafa, who McEnroe many times, John on TV said, Nadal's got the best volley in tennis. As you've pointed out to me, and I was always so quick to say, yeah, there's this continental grip, but actually you're right that most players today have a composite grip on the forehand volley, and they're very close to having not a continental grip, but even more of a composite towards the forehand on a backhand volley.
No, exactly. No question. I mean, because they can flatten out the forehand volley, easier to run that way, and just, they can play more forehand volleys and really tag it. And then when it comes to the backhand volley, there's just a lot more underspin, more spin on it, so they can't really stick it. But 10.5 feet, so halfway between the service line and the net, you hit down 2 degrees, the ball's in the net. So it's just okay. Obviously they practice a lot and they've got great timing from all the tennis they've played, but just the slightest little down hit, miscalculation, and you're in the net. Underspin floats, it sits up. There's some things there. Like, hey, just make hit heavy top, make the ball dip and to the backhand side, and people will miss that volley or float it.
With life on the tour, just like any tennis tournament, there's all sorts of downtime, rain delays, or your third court on, and the first match was a marathon, second court was a marathon, and you don't even know when you're going to start your match. Certainly, in many ways, I would say I've been on the outskirts of tennis, but I have enough connections and have been on the inside. I remember having the credentials to be at the U.S. Open, go anywhere I wanted, and I was watching Darren Cahill work with Bernard Tomic. Then later I ran into Craig Tiley, who was with her for 7 years. It was a restaurant in Manhattan, and I said, "Hey, I listened to your boy Cahill talking to your boy Tomic." And I'd be really curious on, what your input would be. And so with that, the message is the edifying, and, Cahill obviously, he worked with Leighton Hewitt, who became one. He worked with, you have to remind me, he worked with Halep. Who else did he work with?
That Adidas program, Ivanovic.
Yeah. And, he's, on the Tennis Channel or ESPN, whichever, both, he's being introduced as the greatest coach in the history of the game. Greg Carden one time said, this is about World Team Tennis. You got to talk all day and say nothing. Tell the listeners, when you observe and you fly on the wall or you're just watching, of course it's a tournament time too, but I know you and I were probably 1,000 days with you and your wife living 3-4 miles from the USTA National Tennis Center. Then you went back to Germany. Wife wanted to be with her family, personal reasons, this and that. So then you end up in the German tennis center observing training. And it's not to point out any coach or any country, but what. So perhaps like even when people watch Roger Federer practice at Indian Wells, that's not necessarily how he practices when he's back home in Switzerland or another part of the world. I guess in Dubai where he practices. But what are your thoughts when you watch people on the tour? Do you even see people even addressing technical issues, or almost never?
Sometimes, but almost never. I mean, during tournament time, I mean, it's really you're trying to have the player feel confident going into their match. There's so much of the mental stuff where you just want them to be free mentally going in. So, some players can take more information than others, but you really try to keep things simple, keep the plan simple, use humor. And so there isn't a whole lot of technical work. But if, the player's lost, or maybe you're there, several days before the start of the event, then there's some of that work. I really am interested a lot of times in watching how the players are in the gym. The other day we were in Kentucky last week, and George Goldoff was there. I got to the finals actually of the doubles, and Jamie Saratani was also there. But I was with Kimberly's boyfriend Matt, who is also a trained tennis coach, a stringer, and he really helps out a lot. And so we were in the gym, and I just said, there was one French player there who was doing a bunch of different exercises and working with his trainer in this indoor facility where the lounge and the little fitness area was set up. And I said, just take a look around right now. I said, look at all the players that are in here. Look at what each one of them are doing, and who do you think's the best? And so we're looking around, and there's a couple guys that were, sort of. I know this is the podcast that I set up, no swearing, but they're kind of half doing it. Maybe you know the word I want to use, but they were half doing their stretching, maybe with their phones. There was a couple other players maybe just sitting. And then there was this French player that was doing all this work, and the French player was the number one seed, ranked 130 in the world. So, it's like there it is. You just kind of see who's doing the work. The line success leaves clues. It's all right there. It's like it's right in front of you. And this week in Montreal, I'm watching like Sabalenka, although I think she pulled out today, but just watching her in the gym, and I always use the phrase with Kim, you got to be a big mama. Just meaning the mentality and how the physicality of some of these girls. But Sabalenka's a big mama. She's just a big, strong athlete. But to see all the different things she's doing before going to the practice court, it's just not what people get the chance to see all the time. You mentioned Roger Federer. Yeah, I mean, that's just a match warm up. It's just, very casual and relaxed. It's not like they're training. It's just a match warm up. It's very loosey goosey. But that's what I really like to watch, how players work in the gym. I've been, a few months ago, we were in Hertogenbosch. It was a grass court tournament, men's and women's combined, and just watching Medvedev warm up with his trainers and the way they use a basketball and a soccer ball, foosball, just to see, wow, and so, I kind of snuck over there and I said, what kind of ball is this? And I'm like, okay. And, size 7, it's like, okay. And I went out and bought one of those, like, I'm going to start doing that. So, you learn just from watching, what these players are doing. It's like, okay, here's one of the best movers in the world is doing. Like, let's do that.
Yeah.
So those are kind of things you don't see. I mean, there's so many logistics involved with the tour. I mean, for example, coming here from Kentucky, she lost in the quarterfinals on Friday. and she's got to play the next day in Montreal. And so we had to rush home, try to pack, try to find a flight. And so we end up going, later at night, flying, through Atlanta. Then we land in Albany, New York at 1 a.m. We get to the hotel. It's almost 2 a.m. Then we're up in the morning. We rent a car. We're up in the morning at 7 or 8 a.m. 3.5 hour drive to Montreal, and she's got to play fifth on after 11.
Wow.
It's, and she's actually, the same thing really happened at Indian Wells this year. We went from Mexico to Indian Wells, and I, had a nice excuse to drink a sugary Rockstar drink, and we arrived at 5 a.m. and she's playing that afternoon. So, but the logistics involvement, and then it's like, okay, let's go, let's compete, get ready the best you can and do it. And she was able to win. But so, with juniors out there listening, parents, when it comes, that's what I'm saying, when it comes to habits, like you just have to learn to dial certain things in. There's no, people would call you a no nonsense coach, and it's really just don't waste time. So, hey, this is time to do this. You got to form good habits, because if you want to do what you say you want to do, like play at a high level, here's the realities of it. You got to learn to travel. You got to learn to be polite to people. When you're traveling and you're tired, and all those things, you got to learn to communicate and learn languages. Sometimes, obviously, English is kind of the world language, but you got to be able to. There's all kinds of little ins and outs that you got to know how to do, that you don't see, and realize that it's not all sunshine and rainbows. That you got to drink water. You got to try to sleep. Because the margins are very thin.
To comment off your comments very quickly, read many times with Wayne Ferreira. One thing he did with Francis Tiafoe, who's such a people person, is I guess it's no cell phone between 9 and 5. Someone wrote an article on, they had just observed Djokovic, the big three. It's unfortunate with Andy Murray with his hips and such, but at one time it was the big four. But this Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic, when they were in the gym, they weren't using a phone. And I can't remember if it was Zverev and Kyrgios, but it was 3 other younger pros coming up. Yeah, you mentioned a couple of people I'd like to come back to, George Goldoff and Jamie Sarantini. But going back to JJ, he had a palm-up serve, but his personality, why don't you comment on that a little bit? Don't you think some people, I think for JJ, change came fairly easy to him. Don't you think of that? Because it was not only for a number of reasons, but personality.
Yeah, great. Athletic genetics. Both his mom and the dad. The whole really going his family tree. There's so many athletes in his family tree, and he played competitive soccer. But I would describe JJ as happy-go-lucky. Comes from really good stock, though. His dad. I remember we was in Cincinnati one time, staying at his house, and his dad, we were going to a sports store, and his dad got out of the car, and he's a tall guy, and his pace of walk, he took off. It was like, hey, we got stuff to do, and everybody knew him in the neighborhood. But so, a lot of this family, this personality, I can just see how that formed JJ and his ability to communicate, ENFP, playful, definitely needs some positive encouragement. But David Cass, he managed JJ with stats. He was really into statistics. He brought me in, especially a technical guy, and some tactics obviously as well. And then Patrick Thompson, who's with him right now as his main traveling coach, is really just a level-headed guy, and they really, I think, help JJ, or trying to help JJ just make sure you do the ins and the outs that you got to do in a day like the tour, for example. Not too long ago, it was like, JJ had a Coke or something, some kind of drink that had caffeine in it, and just kind of didn't think about it, but it was maybe 4 p.m. or something, and Patrick was like, oh, there goes your sleep tonight, like you blew it. So it's those little things where instead of getting a great night's sleep and being ready to go for practice the next day, no, you had some caffeine now it's going to be tough to fall asleep and you're not going to be able to be 100%.
With
But
go ahead.
Jay, the palm up serve, yeah, I mean, all that, the technical work, I mean, I had to trick, you trick him a little bit. And the time that I spent with JJ is like, just everything. It's the serve, the overhead, the underspin backhand, the volley, forehand, catching the racket, backhand. He knows. I remember we were at a challenger tournament in Illinois, and he would look at me and go, "Gosh, I can't not see it." It's like once you see the arrow and the FedEx logo, and he knows he can look at players' techniques and go, "Yeah, like that's not efficient. That's not right." And Kimberly's getting the same way, where she can see things now where it's like, oh, geez, yeah, I can see it. And you want that because you want to be able to formulate a plan based on your game and then based on their inefficiencies and how you can use that to your advantage.
Let me ask you about Jamie Sarantini for the listeners. Andy brought Max Cressy and Jamie Sarantini to work with us. And Jamie, I mean, what's he doing now? I understood that he was the volunteer coach at Tufts. They were the runner-ups this year in Division III. And one of the kids on the team, he wasn't quite in the lineup. I think number 7 or number 8, someone you know well, Arush Ganji. So they were doing drills, and Jamie claimed to fame. I think he has, like 2 appearances in the quarters of Wimbledon or a win over Federer. I mean, he's got some things that would make a pretty impressive bio. And I remember he said to me, "This kid can really volley," meaning Arush. Yeah, it was too bad he never goes to the dead. But what's Jamie doing? Is he coaching on the tour, or is he still playing? He's got to be 43, right?
Jamie Sarantini knows everybody. We were in Madrid, and he knew everybody coming by. Well, going back, with Jamie, when I was coaching Max, he was playing doubles with Max. And we were in Hamburg, and Max and I were sitting up eating lunch, and there's a view out onto the practice court, and Jamie was down there working on his serve. And I was like, oh man, I can't. It's like we say, you see somebody bleeding in the street. Like if you're a doctor, you're going to go try to help them. So I'm watching Jamie work on his serve, and I just said, Max, I got to go down and try to help your doubles partner for a minute. And so I went down on the court and just said, hey, try this thing or try a couple things here, toss, and they really liked it and appreciated that, and so that's what kind of started our relationship as far as trying to help him out as well. But he's right now, I think he's taking a break from playing. He does have a protected ranking, but he was there this tournament. I suggested him maybe work with another German player that Henry, but also a player I've done some work with, Louis Wessels, is another giant, 6'6". But that didn't happen. But he was there with what's the Ohio State player that just maybe finished from New York, Kingsley. He was there with Cannon Kingsley, helping him. So I'm not sure if they're going to keep going or not. But
no, for our listeners, he went to Brown. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. He went to Brown, and he's one of those guys who's a lifer. He's just, his ball striking. He got so far with so little, but actually, that guy was so flexible, and what he did from a training standpoint. But I was going to ask you about George. I interrupted, but tell us about Georgie, baby.
No, so George was there, also just kind of being the hitting partner for their training sessions as well. So I think Jamie, when I was talking about living it, he's 40, 41. He's staying really fit and flexible, and he's really positive, and it's just all those little things. But George is, finally getting some time to play some more and play with a partner that maybe they can, play more often. And he's looking pretty clean overall. So he got to the finals of this challenger, lost 10-8 in the breaker in the third, but had some good wins in that week. So hopefully he'll be able to continue. I think again this week in Stanford.
Oh, George is going to be out there?
Possibly. a combined event. So
with for our listeners, I mean, Jamie, just think something that at that age, taking care of his body and still out there playing. And, you know, these junior tennis players are 15 years old and they're freaking out. There's so much anxiety in junior tennis. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
And with George, it was circumstantial during COVID, but he ended up being with us. I called it 7 years in Tibet, 7 years in 7 years at Happy Lane. But he, certainly through juniors, he was very successful. And I mean, I think he may have been ranked one in the 18s, but he did quite well playing at a big time school like the University of Texas. But he still had to go back to school. I remember Matt Clure, who was with the USTA at that time, just saying, you just need to go there for a long period of time. And he would come and train, but it was COVID. It kind of locked him in. With your wife, the three of us, we what was it called? A bubble. We had a bubble before we knew it was a bubble. 10 acres with a fence around it and some tennis courts and a backboard and a pool and a gym. And, but yeah, now he's based with Dave Anderson on off weeks.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, just one story leads to another. I think of Hubert Crash, who he was 21 years old and totally rebuilt his game and stayed within the Texas lineup the whole time. But no, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, George was out there. Sorry, no, I was just going to say, I watched him play at least a good set in Kentucky last week, and he's hitting flat balls. He was definitely the best baller on court. He was clean. Didn't miss too many, and so it was fun to watch him play after just knowing the story and all the time that he spent with us at Happy Lane and that whole time there, just putting in the work. And we talk. He said he gets feedback from people say, what are you doing? Like you can't volley like that, or you can't, especially on the backhand side when you're trying to hit a flat volley. And it just goes back to the same old thing. It's like, well, you got to get the racket head vertical at the hit. You try to have a hitting zone, especially in doubles. You don't want the racket falling below the net unless you want to get hit in the chest by the next shot.
No, great story. I worked with Robin Anderson, who played at UCLA, and Rance Brown, the assistant, great guy, and Stella, Pete Sampras' sister, the head coach. They were talking to her about opening the racket face up, and I was so surprised that because Robin's a very quiet person. They said, we got to volley like Pete. Of course, she had practiced some with Pete, and she said, well, let's look at video of Pete, and that was it. That's all they had to do was look at video of Pete. I mean, I've heard Courier say, perhaps I get it wrong, maybe it was Vilander. I think it was Curry. Could have been either one, doesn't matter. But they said no one will ever hit a volley like that again. And it's just like, really? I mean,
yeah, they can.
It's serious.
Well, I remember. It reminds me of the backhand volley video from what's the Muscles, the Australian
Ken Rosewall.
Legend. Ken Rosewall, Ken Rosewall's volley where he had this big layback and he had a continental grip, but he lays it back and then he just hits that thing vertical at the impact. It just racket square, boom, hits that thing, and then the impact of the ball against the racket, and him relaxing and pushes the racket down, and so you just see this layback and this downward finishing racket. If you see that fast, you just think, oh, okay, he's doing this, but you just look at the moment of truth, and the racket is just square behind the ball, and the ball's barely on the strings. So, where Vic in the high-speed film just really showed people what was happening.
But then the feel too is that the geometric center of the racket, the player hits off center, and the ball's gone, and the racket moves after the hit. And that's where players feel like, it was a famous film with Brian Gottfried, who was 3 in the world at one time. And, Vic had filmed him and he said, well, what I'm first doing is, driving the volley, but then I'm controlling it by going down. And by the time the racket turns all the way down, the ball's 14 feet into the court.
That's so true. I mean, players just really think, they're just basing things on what they feel.
Yeah, and a lot of times, coaches will do that. It's like what they feel. But if you tell someone, get the racket face closed in the back on the bottom part of a ground stroke, so when you come up, you feel like you're going to come over the ball. I tease, and Patrick Money Gulu, who certainly is a presence in tennis, and he brings a lot of energy, a lot of positives to tennis. I, like yourself, I'm sure I get sent all these Instagram or YouTube clips, and he's talking about last week how people hit a topspin backhand one-handed, and anybody who's been through any type of engineering program or even any common sense, I mean, the ball is going to the way the strings face. I mean, he's saying at the impact point, the strings should be pointed 60 degrees downward. That's definitely somebody who's just operating out of feel versus fact.
Yeah, I mean, there are, some where the racket face is slightly closed, but you can't, if you're teaching someone, hey, go ahead and close that 2 degrees, will you? Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Right.
So,
even in your hand with just the rackets, you can't show 2 degrees. I love the Bradenism where, ball comes out of the ball machine at 30 miles an hour. You change the racket face by 1 degree, ball goes 6 feet further. I mean, tennis is such a difficult sport. In your travels here in the States, are you seeing more pickleball than you would traveling in Europe?
Yeah, for sure. I haven't really seen pickleball. I mean, paddle, for sure.
Yeah.
But pickleball, I haven't heard literally or seen much. But I know it's here in Canada some, and definitely in the U.S. I played one time. It's pretty fun. One of my students who played tennis for BYU, a good tennis player, Tyler Lung, he's actually ranked, I believe, top 5 in the world in pickleball now.
Wow, rather the heart just won a tournament.
I met him. I said, "How you doing?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm making money. Like I'm doing well." And so I was like, "Okay, great."
I know rather the heart just won a tournament. People sent me information on that. Megan Fudge's wife, I think she's 4 in the world, and she's getting appearance fees at tournaments. I met with Steve Campbell earlier today here at Wintergreen. They have 8 new pickleball courts because what happened when they first contacted us when we were at Happy Lane with they had 3 courts that were a mess, and I said, well, why don't you build 3 more indoor courts, if you remember? But Steve came here and dug deep, and what they had done is just thrown clay on the hard court. So, it was just amazing that, he came here and he said, no, these are hard courts. Let's just make them pickleball courts. But I was, I had a meeting with Steve just briefly, and I said, what I would recommend is, and he has a small staff, is have your pros go, we're going to teach you tennis skills to play pickleball. Well, you can't close into the kitchen. You don't have time to turn your shoulders. And I've been around instruction now and watching. I'm not watching high level pickleball. I'm watching older people play pickleball. Same when I was recently in Florida, but it's a wiffle ball. There's time to turn your shoulders. I mean, there's time to play with the idea that even the prevention of injury, you're saying not turning your shoulders. And that's one thing about pickleball that people aren't really talking about. It's really helping out the chiropractors and the orthopedic surgeons. They're desperately trying to, and Steve's an innovative guy. What he did today on one of some of the courts at the bottom of the mountain, they have 16 clay courts, is he blew in a certain area of the court, he blew all the clay off just to see how the pickleball would bounce without the clay. And right now they're really struggling to come up with a ball, but I'm sure they will. But the older people that are trying to play on clay, the ball bounces so low, and it is creating problems for older people. But I just heard so many negatives about pickleball. I mean, I would say, okay, it represents American society. It's Bud Schultz, who was on our podcast, said the revenge of the 2.0 player. I mean, the one-step sport. But it's instant coffee. You can just play right away. But I heard Steve also say is that, and it's already true that the best pickleball players are former tennis players. But it's interesting that it hasn't taken off in Europe at all, huh?
I haven't seen it. Not yet. I would imagine that not so easy on the red clay, and those are busy when it's when the weather is nice. And then in the indoor courts, maybe they'll start adding some of that. But for the tennis players, it's like, well, okay, court time is scarce.
For the first time in my life, I was on the University of Virginia courts. I was on the University of Virginia campus yesterday. I mean, just driving by and saw all the intramural courts, which I like to tell people when someone takes a tour on a college campus, they actually still do this to the day, and they go, okay, to this day, those are the courts for the normal students. Meaning that if you're going to be on the tennis team, it's abnormal to be that good at tennis, and it's an abnormal journey to get there. I mean, getting up in the morning and getting after it. But I didn't count the courts, but if there was one, there was 20, and there was nobody playing. Really sad. You wouldn't see that in Germany, correct? I mean, now you've been back in Germany, spent so much time in Germany. Do you just see empty tennis courts?
Not so much. I mean, when it's season and the weather's nice, people are out on the courts. I mean, there are times where, depending on the time of the day,
right?
But overall, it's pretty active. Obviously, there's the Germans, they love to vacation. When it comes to go on holiday time, people take off. So there's definitely a few weeks in there where people get out of the country, and so you have a little more court availability. In fact, that's when we did the camp in Dusseldorf. That was during that time. So
no, for the listeners, the Germans, they travel the most, and there's that debate where they were productive and a very successful country because they take the most vacation time. But yeah, at David Squire's club, the reason we could do that is if they have a 5-week vacation, everyone's gone and the club is closed. It's absolutely amazing. Jumping back, Kimberly.
Don't work on Sundays either.
Don't work on Sundays. Jumping back to Kimberly, what about
just trying to get spiritual on you?
Spiritual. Save my soul.
She's playing a little bit of doubles. She's going to play. She's going to play doubles this week with Diana Schneider, and she got to the finals of the WTA 250 in Monterrey this year. That was fun. Played with another Mexican gal, and so she's working on going forward and being brave and for me, I'm a fan of the doubles just for the serve return and the volley and for the fun. Can't do it every week, just depending on travel schedule and things like that. But yeah, for sure, once a month.
I know Dave Secker's talked to you about connecting with. Is it Diane or Diana Schneider?
I believe Diana. Yeah.
Is she's I guess now that she has as a Russian, she got a P visa, whatever status, and it's a green light. And is there plans for you to work with her?
Possibly. I've spoken to Kim about it a little bit to see if maybe that would work to offset some expenses, and maybe in the fall, because there's a swing in Asia. So that may be a possibility if that could work. Obviously, we'll speak the same language. I think this next week in Stanford, I believe Natalia is going to be there with her.
And Natalia Sorkin, who came to us as a mom, was an intern, and I would say now, I mean, she certainly is a coach. With I know that she loves having her daughter Tacy work with you. And that was a connection. The girl's mom, the same age as Natalia, they knew each other from their childhood in Russia. And Natalia asked me, what you do? I said, let me see some video. And I said, why didn't you? And this had nothing to do with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine at that time. It was before that. And I said, why didn't you? And the way it turned out, she obviously played a lot of pro events. I thought she would just go to NC State where Dave Secker works and and learn how to play better tennis from the service line in. And but it's a process. And but I think from what David tells me that I hate the expression, but she's really bought in. That another expression that's probably better is she gets it. And what I'm referring to is technique and tactics, strokes and strategy. But the puzzle doing that, I think that for the parents listening with junior players that would like to play beyond college tennis, it's so difficult to have players play at the same place because of their ranking. Why do you comment on that?
Or you mean for junior players?
No, like pro. So if,
players?
A pro player. So it's the same as in juniors. You don't make the cut. You don't make the cut. So say for example, one player has to get to the next week to try to play qualies for singles. But just elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, week to week things can change. All of a sudden you're into a tournament that's bigger here, or you're all of a sudden down to a smaller tournament, and sometimes there's a mix because you want to have a good mix. So yeah, there's really no. I mean, you could have a base like Kim has now in Dusseldorf. When we're over in that part of the world, it's nice to be able to just go back to Dusseldorf and have a place. Fortunately, David, we can train there in Kaiserswerth. So that's nice. And a lot of the tournaments on clay this year, we've been able just to drive from Dusseldorf, Berlin and some other places that makes travel easy. But yeah, players are all over the place. So
well, in that part,
always easy.
In that part of Germany, you could tell the listeners. I mean, you're right there, Belgium, the Netherlands. Like for example, tennis in Berlin. From my experiences, having spent time in so many places in Germany, tennis is much better in Dusseldorf. You're not that far from France. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's about a 5 or 6 hour drive to Paris.
Has Kimberly played team tennis in Germany?
A little bit. She played one match this year. She played a quick club match and cleaned up pretty good, and so it was fun. But yeah, she's played one match that I know.
With and how about yourself? You don't have time to play team tennis anymore, right? You're traveling too much.
Well, yeah, when I can. I've played now, I guess 4 or 5 years, and I love it when I can. I mean, obviously this year I think I've only was able to play 1 or 2 matches, and so I don't, it's I love it. We have a great group of guys on our team. We're competitive, but not crazy if things don't go our way. But we've been in the top league that we can be in, and it's a great time. I love it, but yeah, I'm not able to play.
You play with 45s?
It is
called seniors.
Yeah, or 40s or 45s. I'm not sure. Yeah, so one of them might be over 40s, or 40s or 45. One of them.
So tell us,
love it. It's great.
Tell us about the U.S. Open. You got to go all the way out to California. That's 3,000 miles one way, 3,000 miles back.
Yes, there weren't too many options to play. Yeah, we're gonna go tomorrow morning. We'll get up and drive 3.5 hours or so back to Albany, return the car, and then fly from there to San Francisco. And then play will start Sunday. It's a Monday start, so it's a Saturday final. And then after that tournament, qualifying starts. Kim's just out of qualifying. Qualifying starts, or out of the main draw. Qualifying starts on Tuesday.
Yeah, I've been a lot of places, but I haven't been to Stanford. I hear it's really nice.
Yeah, I've actually never been on the campus as well. So been to San Francisco several times, but
so you would know now that she hasn't made the cut. She's in the qualies for the Open, right?
No, yeah, the cut was already 3 weeks ago, and it really just came down to her winning one or two more matches, and she's very close to the top 100. but not in at this time. So
everything reminds me of something. With I was at the Open one time with my son Connor, and he was the last guy out. His ranking was
yeah, I
high
remember
enough.
that.
Were you there as
Yeah,
well? So last guy out to get in, and politics being what they are, um, you know, well, certainly wild cards for main draw, but wild cards for the qualies, and yeah, it's
yeah.
the
No, he'd been 200 that year. I mean, with me, and then just a couple months later, he was just out. So
yeah,
somebody's got to be there. So
right.
It's
got to be
unfortunate when you are that one. It hurts, but
with live and let live. I know he got to the point where he knew that 20% of the money went to doubles, and that means you got to split it. And with certainly is not braggadocious or whatever, but he had the skill set to play doubles. It's like when he was asked to play Davis Cup for Ireland. Kids get to the age where it's their choice. And I said, well, if it was my choice, I would go play for Ireland. What a great experience, international, and live and let live. But he was a practice partner for the Americans with Davis Cup. But he certainly he's not that far removed from it. So if he's watching, like I was at the Delray Beach Open not too long ago, and there's I think it was 3 guys in the main draw that he had wins over. But
yeah, I mean, when he first stopped playing singles, I would think for a good year, maybe for sure 6 months. Maybe once a month. And Connor, you need to play doubles. Like,
just send him a text or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, come on, hey, I'm out here. I'm seeing this, like, for sure. Like this, hey, get out here. Even not too long ago, I was sending those messages like, "Yeah, there's still time. You still have time. Shoot, he still has time right now. You could do it."
With
all in, but
I was with Connor one time with Raven Klassen. You may have been there. It was before the U.S. Open. I know we did some clinics in Philadelphia together, and it was with Ram Ramanathan, and I was saying, well, Connor, I think it's time for you to specialize in doubles. And people I worked with, Raven Klassen, Austin Krajicek, I think if you asked either one of them, they say they wish they had started a little bit earlier. I mean, Raven, I believe he got to the finals of Newport Beach on what people would refer to as old grass, and then he hung in there a little bit longer for singles. I mean, Austin did crack the top 100. He's number 1 in the world right now. It changes week to week, but to my knowledge, he's still number 1.
Yeah.
Top
4.
But I see someone like Jackson Withrow. Hats off to him. I know Connor, Steve Denton had Jackson Withrow come to me when he, signed to go to A&M, and he's still out there. I can remember Connor. It's like he's won a couple doubles tournaments with this person and that person, and at one point, I know he won 3 doubles tournaments consecutively with 3 different partners. And so he had won, I think, and again, some of these would be futures, not challengers, but won 2 doubles with Withrow, and they were the same terms the next week, and they weren't playing together. But Connor had he had promised to help one of his friends get in the tournament. But I think it has to really come down to, it has to be organized, it has to be business. I mean, you're out there all the time. The late Nick Baldterri, I don't think anyone had the crystal ball that he had when he met people. It has nothing to do with forehands and backhands, but just meeting families and meeting kids and looking them in the eye and going, this kid's going to make it. This family's going to make it. What's your comment on that?
No, 100%. And that's what I was saying. It really comes down to the character of, you throw that word around, character, but those intangibles of just, okay, is this person going to compete? Are they going to persist and be consistent over time? And if you do that, good things happen. Like you're saying with Jamie Sertani, maybe not having the purest technical foundation, but he's got to win over Federer in doubles. So it's like if you can continue to get up in the morning, continue to do the right things, to the best effort you can, do everything you can in your power. You got to be self-disciplined, have a plan, be organized, and just stay with it. Good things will happen.
I think for the parents listening too, is that you need to have a budget. You need to have a budget of time, budget of money, and I think way too much money is spent on traveling to tournaments when kids are really young. With
if they're really young. I mean, just learn how to play a lot of sets, get really good technique, and then as you start to get older, you look at someone like Lannis Hamilton. She's learning to travel now. She's in the international game, and that really does start to open your eyes to the world of, okay, this is how it is. This is what it takes, and you get that sense of belonging a little bit. Learn how to travel and compete on an international level. That the world is much bigger than wherever you live in the U.S. It's like, hey, this is a worldwide thing, and everybody's out there with the same dream.
Have you seen Lannis Hamilton? For our listeners, she's taught by Cole Reeves. She's from Arkansas. She spent, I think, 2 years with Andy and myself during the pandemic. I worked with her before that. She's what people would call a GreatBase kid. She has spent some time out at Dave Anderson's place in Dallas. Have you seen her on the tour? Or, like at Junior Wimbledon? Or?
I haven't. We've just missed each other, but I just think about there were people that were really critical of her game, and it's like, well, okay, what now? Because we just say, hey, don't judge the unfinished product, and it's like, well, what are you saying now? Or I remember making a video with her for Instagram where it was throw a racket, and then sprint after the racket and repeat. And she'd done it several times before I started filming, and then I filmed it, and someone left a comment, "Where's the sprint?" Because it's not like she was maybe 13 or 14, and, she wasn't fully developed at all physically. And now to see, when I see her in pictures, she's built her body up, and she's going to continue to do that. And it's just another example of, hey, you just don't know where people are going to end up in a few years if you just keep doing the right things. She looks athletic, and she's still only 15, 16 years old.
No, for our listeners, she'd be a player
fun to see.
She's a player that sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, especially from the service line in. And not too long ago, it was a rainy day, and Cole Reeves had sent this young kid 10-10, and he hits the ball really well. Cool kid. I think maybe he's 10. And he was with us in Boynton Beach. And, we don't really play the credibility game too much, but there was 14s and 16s. It was Canada and the U.S. So you added up, there were 16 players. So we had 4 players playing. I mean, that's 25%. You get 330 million people in the U.S. and 30 million in Canada. But no, I think, again, I on these podcasts, the USTA, the governing body of tennis, I saw where Andy Jackson is now at UNLV. He was out of tennis for a while, but Andy, he was at Florida. I believe he was at Arkansas and Mississippi State. He's a long time coach. So, I mean, we had, people, like Greg Patton on the other day, and, lifers in tennis. And when someone has 40, 50 years experience, okay, sit down and talk to that person. And what Andy said is that no matter where the players are from, they badmouth their federation. It's like here in America, I remember years ago when I was a kid, no matter who the president was, you didn't criticize the president. It's just gone out of control now, where this is like, come on, let's have respect for it's just too much of a pull. I don't want to get into politics, but when I talk about the USTA, I go back to 87 when they started. So the cherry picking, that's one thing with, Cole Reeves. Our advice to him is go stay in Arkansas and keep developing players, develop the next, Lannis Hamilton. But with that is circle back, do video. And it's just like when kids go off to play in college, certainly we have a long list of not only people that we've trained to be a college player, to be a college coach, but typically when a kid goes to college, there's no connection anymore to the junior coach. But I think always, go back to the well, stay with how you were taught. I know too many cooks, spoil the broth.
Yeah.
10 coaches, how's it go? One bad coach is better than 10 different coaches.
Yeah.
With, coming back to JJ Wolf, I mean, to get on clay, I think that it'd be great for JJ to tie that in with Atlantis Hamilton. I could ask you that when you were at the USTA, so people are so nice, they're very classy people that work for the USTA, and you had an open door policy to go help Matt Clore, and we would be over there all the time, and it was like the red clay courts were never really used. What's your thought? I mean, I say all the time, really, it's the family that gets a tennis player down the road, not a federation. And I think that I would say the federations are much better off. And most federations have no money. It's superpowers who have the Grand Slams that have all the money. Supposedly the Aussies have the most. But what are your thoughts on these kids that are cherry picked with a federation? I mean, Henry Squire comes to my mind. Let me just throw this in. Sorry to interrupt. Let me throw this in because Henry Squire. He was good enough where basically the Australians, because his dad's Australian way back when he was a kid, they're ready to put money on the table. And I think people know that Kazakhstan is I think the most, they're the front runner with buying players, but the Australians, they've done that as well. They're not Australian, but the Australians are paying for them to be Australian. But so it's not just the junior level, but it goes all the way up to the pros. But yeah, sorry I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, with Henry, I mean, that was a decision that had to be made. Was okay, or you want to play for Australia or Germany? They're both offering money, and then there's wild cards, and where you feel comfortable, what's logistically better. I mean, that was definitely a decision that was made to stay in Germany with Henry. But as far as the federation goes, I just wish, there are federations that have a lot of money. It's just, it's a support system. I think about what Vic, the master plan really was, okay, to have specialists in every area. For me, a dream kind of academy or even school for that matter, because I remember listening to Mark Span's podcast episode, and he had the same experience that I did in grade school, where I really dealt with some abuse. In my first grade class, I had my mouth taped shut. I just can't imagine what would happen today if that happened. I'd probably be able to buy an island. But you just to have a special school or tennis academy where you just have people that are experts in every area, and that's really what Vic did with the tennis colleges. He had Richard Schmidt with motor learning, and then he had John Niednagel with brain typing. He had Howard Brody with the physics. He had all these experts. Gideon Ariel biomechanics. So it's like, okay, you hire all these people that are smarter than you, and then you all work together to provide information to help people get better faster so they can have more fun and stay injury free. So if you're a federation and you have all these resources and money, that's really what you would try to do. And then the human relationship of coaching, it's like, oh, you get along with this guy, you like how he communicates, you like that, well, let us offer you some support. And it could be, hey, here's this specialist in this area, you can look at this, or how can we help you? Because really in the end, it's like you're trying to grow the sport in your area or grow the game, and for everything that tennis can do for a person, literally can help you, helps people live longer. That would be my idea, or for a federation, is just, it doesn't have to be where, okay, now you're with us, we're going to take you the rest of the way because we're better, necessarily, because a lot of the federations, they hire ex-players, which there's definite bonus to that, having lived the tour and knowing what it takes on certain levels and the logistics of things, and how to handle life on the road. But you need to bring all those people together and make it work.
Yeah, I know you and I made a trip down to South Florida, and Brandon Flanagan well, and it's infantile. He's in his second year, just starting his second year, FM Performance Center. The idea of having a nutritionist, have a massage therapist, physical therapist who's connected to the physical trainer, have a mental toughness or a mental performance coach. Here's something, Chris Clore, you got to love Chris Clore. He, years ago, I was with him. I'm the old coach. He's a young coach. And a young Victor Lilov, he actually took tape and taped it over his mouth. And I could see it. Andy Fitzell, I had a young boy here with his dad. In fact, his dad's on next week's podcast, where you'll have to listen to that, where you were my guest at this table. Crazy question, a typical question, a good question. But so Victor Lilov, Chris Clore tapes his mouth shut with this heavy gray tape. I guess it's called electrical tape. And I go, that's a great idea, but let me just poke a hole in the tape so the kid can breathe through his nose, through his mouth. And, actually with that, my recollection or my comment to that is that worked because I was there. I tell young coaches all the time, I say certain things, like parents will ask me, what group is my child going to be in? I go, well, that's a dumb question. You got another one? I learned that from Vandermeer. If you say that with a smile on your face, but I've told that to many of the coaches. I said, no, there's a lot of things that I say that you cannot say. You're just too young and you won't be able to pull it off with.
Well, I was definitely the kid that if the teacher walks in the room and says, hey, today we're going to study airplanes. I had flown around the world 3 times and landed in 12 cities. So it's like, okay, I was way ahead of you. And then the teacher goes, okay, now turn to page 1. It's like, wait a minute.
Coming back to Vic, though, is that one thing with the federations, what they do, and I think Welby Van Horn, who was one of the best players in the world when he was a youngster before World War II, at 19, he was in the U.S. Open final. And he had lots and lots of wins and this and that. And we had his son on, not long ago, Stewart, and we had on Ed Weiss, who wrote a book about him, and we had Manny Diaz, who coaches at Georgia, write about him. But Vic wasn't looking to hire former players. I can remember when Arthur Ashe and Stan Smith, they're both class acts, and they were at Kodo, and they were just going, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And Vic could pull that off, but not a lot of people had a chance to just sit down and really be with Vic the man. I was with Vic one time at the National Teachers Conference, and Arthur was going to speak, but Arthur was running a little bit late. He was going to speak, and then Vic was speaking after. And I must have been like 23 years old, and it was like Beatlemania at that time with Vic. He was a popular figure in tennis, and I grabbed Vic and I said, "Come with me." And I had him. I knew that Roosevelt Tennis Center. They turned an auditorium, a conference room, into a tennis court, and I had Vic behind this pillar, and he's going, "No, Arthur." Arthur was saying things about the serve. He's going, "No, Arthur." Artie. Not many people called Arthur Ashe Artie. No, that's wrong. And it's like now with Coco Gauff, people talking about her grip on their forehand, and I understand that Gilbert is helping her, and Gilbert has been on record going, "I don't do grips."
He's here this week. Yeah.
But I love Gilbert, and I think there's he's a relationship coach, and I was telling a story about Gilbert the other day where this is genius, is that he was going out right out the U.S. Open, and that's a question I could ask you, is that I believe it's 20 years ago. It was 2003 that Andy Fitzell, I know you're a little better player than Andy Roddick, but Andy Roddick won the U.S. Open. So the story goes where Gilbert was driving out from Manhattan to the U.S. Open, and he intentionally, I never had anything to do with Roddick's tennis. I was at their academy a little bit training coaches, but I remember when Andy Roddick was in the 12s, and he was brought to this academy, which is now Everett's, what I was running. And he was just a feisty, competitive 12-year-old. I think he was so competitive, he would have been tough to teach technically. I used to play a kid named Jason Hazley that ended up playing at LSU, a kid I coached, along with Dave Anderson. But with what Gilbert did in that car ride is they were arguing about, I know, the Nebraska football team or the Oakland Raiders or whatever, and he totally diffused the stress. And there's so many great stories like that. I always finish that story by talking about a great football coach, John Robinson, USC. They're playing in the Coliseum, and there's 100,000 people, and there's a timeout. The ball's on the goal line. There's a couple seconds left, only time for one play. And if the team makes the play, they're the national champion. So the quarterback comes to the sidelines. John Robinson puts his arm around him. The assistant coaches are all anxious. And Robinson's, the timeout, so he doesn't have much time. He goes, look around. There's 100,000 people in the stadium. There's millions and millions of people watching at home. If we make the play, we're the national champions. We're number one. He goes, I tell you what, you call the play. Whatever you want to call it, you go call the play. So he totally diffused it.
Yeah.
No excitement. Yeah. Now the kid's not nervous about winning. He's nervous about what plays he's going to call. And so I love Gilbert, and I think there's so much to coaching. I think I've met so many kids over the years and their parents. I mean, I was fortunate to be born into jockocracy. And so, a guy like Gilbert, he knows without knowing. And certainly, I think Federer said it so well when Lendl started coaching Zverev, and he goes, it's the buzz. What's Lendl going to do for Zverev? And Federer goes, well, I don't really know. I don't know Lendl. And he goes, I'm sure he can help him, but, he's already pretty good. He's ranked 3 in the world. And there's just, I think that in some ways it would be better if there was a little bit of a disconnect that the people at the grassroots level, just through all this social media and, all these, 24 hours of tennis channel, they feel so connected to big time tennis. But Andy, I know you got to go to bed. You got to get up and go to California.
No, we got to keep going, man. What are you talking about? We got to make the record.
What is the record?
What are we maybe halfway? We got to get to 4 hours. So
let me ask the brains. The brains behind the operation these days. Yvonne, how far are we in this? 2:16, Andy. I don't know if you'd want to break the record.
That's nothing.
It's
nothing.
nothing.
What I was gonna say, it reminded me of Kim had showed me the other day this video of Joe Montana, and Joe Montana tells a story where he picks up the phone on the sideline, right? And he goes, I wonder if I can get make an outward call. And he goes, let me try. And so he presses 9, and he gets a dial tone. He's like, oh, great, So he calls his wife. It's the middle of the game, and he's like, Joe? He's like, yeah, hey, honey. And she's like, what are you doing? And he's like, how you doing? Just right in the middle of the game. I thought that was cool, but I believe it was Joe Montana where Vic told this story where he was, down by 7 or 6 or something, a couple minutes left, and in the huddle, and and he goes, "Hey guys, you see right there, and John Candy, and
yeah,
the crowd.
exactly."
So I was telling Kim that story where it's just like that's, you just have to be, hey, just be cool, and when it comes to the human brain, laugh and win. Vic's motto is you have to find ways to just keep your brain calm and keep the frontal cortex lit up when you start thinking about winning, losing, how you blew it, what might happen, what did happen, instead of the present moment. The front of the brain where the best decisions are made, where you send the signal to play a forehand backhand serve ball, you send that signal in a smooth way down to the muscles. But the minute you start, getting upset or thinking about the past or the future, the frontal cortex goes dark and the back lights up where you lose balance and don't make good decisions. So it really is. How can you keep yourself in that mind frame?
I love that.
You're not thinking about,
I love the story about Montana. It was John Candy. I mean, it's when I was living in a van down by the river. I saw John Candy in Orange County when he was coming up as a young guy on stage. It was too bad what happened with, a little too much food or a little bit too much booze or drugs or whatever. But he was a Canadian. He was a treasure. I mean, but he's Canadian. I mean, a guy like Wayne Gretzky just loved him. Then there's, someone, his life ended up very much the same was Chris Farley. There's so many Saturday Night Live episodes with Chris Farley. But yeah, to have humor. Greg Patton was on the other day, and this guy is just joy. But you want to have. I mean, I remember having this young guy, 2 years as a student, 1 year as an intern, Freddie Foreman, right, from North Dakota, and Fast Freddie, Paul McDonald, always called him Instant Party. And kids just absolutely love the guy. But if you're the person who's in charge and you've got, maybe say, okay, just for the sake of simple math, you got 20 kids and they have all these holes in their game, and what they're eating and where they are, where they're running, and in that situation is a little more difficult to have a smile on your face. I mean, like Braden, for example, he taught privates, and along with Jeannie Nation, that was a player, Jean Austin. Jeannie Nation, she did some things on WTA Tour for a long time, and I actually taught with her with Vic. But Jean Austin, she was an ENTJ. They had a pro shop that she ran. She signed, she had all these matches. She did what Dennis Vandermeer recommended. She paid her kids to practice. I was paying 10 cents an hour or whatever, and not just giving them money. Okay, go earn it through practice. And Vic and Jean, they had a players lounge. We're at the Kramer Club, but at one point, 2 out of 3 players in Southern Cal were taught by Vic. Vic, for our listeners, he when he taught tennis, he couldn't have lunch and watch people play, because his personality, he could pull it off. He would just start teaching. When Vic would run a university or a college, coaches would come in. He could teach one person and have 100 watch, where most people are, okay, I'm going to find a way to spread out all 100 people.
Right.
But the humor,
gifted entertainer and teacher.
But I think it was Jefferson. The two things you need integrity and you need humor. And you can get to the point where, like Federer got to the point where you can miss the ball by 20 feet and okay, that's over. Let's go on to the next one. Exactly. But Vic's motto, laugh and win. I used to tease him. I go, Vic, I get the win part, but the laugh part. And the I think the times have changed though, where I think it's tougher today and I think it's tougher on young people too. I think when people, I've heard people say that the toughest time for someone in their life is in their 20s, when they're trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to do? Where one of our longtime associates, Jeff Lewis, he said one time, and I remember trying to make a story. Okay, that's impactful. Is that these young kids that are 12, 13 years old, they've already decided, okay, I want to really be good at tennis. They're not like, they're not playing different sport every season. And years ago, kids didn't get on airplanes. Wealthy kids didn't get on airplanes. They rode a bus and they didn't really travel nationally or internationally that much. And if they did do it, it was only during the summer. It was only like, USTA, it was okay, there's a clay court national, there's a hard court national. Not everybody went to the indoor national. But yeah, the lighter side but I think that going back to Jefferson, what precedes that is that if there's, with Vic Braden, there's no such thing as a golden day. It's got to be gut wrenching honest. The honesty has to be first. And if you can create that in a culture where there's a lot of honesty, then I think there could be a lot of humor. But if it's a dishonest culture, say that, I've been in that situation where you have 20, 25 pros working for you. It's not like, okay, I have a smile on my face where, I've always said too, and I'm not in that situation anymore. I've been in that situation many times where, okay, there's going to be 10 people at the table and everybody has a different agenda. And, and then the other 9, they're all really good people, but they don't have an agenda. They don't understand player development. one person's there and say, okay, my deal is membership. Oh, my deal is food and beverage. And so it's that's where, you used the form family yesterday to get people connected. And, actually with, I always tell people that when it comes down to the word picture method, buzzwords, phraseology, you could show up and there's, it could be the 10-year-old next year is going to say something that it just clicks, and it helps the 14-year-old finally understand something on the serve.
Yeah, finally get it. Yeah, you've got to be, going back to the coaching, you have to have your principles that you want to have for your culture. Hopefully you're living those principles as well. And then you got to stick to it, whatever those things are, and then there's a book called The Culture Code that I would recommend reading. It's just interesting how we could even take you and I, for example, that, or you and me, that, to have two alpha dogs in one location, in this book, they'll talk about people end up being, there's one alpha, and then people end up falling into different aspects where, you have a court jester, which would be the comedian, you have just different identities. And then in another situation, that person can be the alpha dog. But it was just kind of with packs. It was a very interesting book to see how cultures are created.
Yeah, Daniel Coyle here also wrote
pretty interesting.
The Talent Code, and then he has a little book of talent. And then also too is that, like my brother, he was in charge of NHL hockey teams, and he turned to the NFL, and it was the New York Giants where he would send his coaches. And there's synergy, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, the special teams coordinator. And you think about these legendary coaches in football, Joe Paterno, Woody Hayes, I think name people from my childhood. Or you go in the pros where it's, Tom Landry. We're going to have a podcast on football. There's a great guy, a young guy who works for Steve Campbell. We started talking football, and Yvonne came up with a great idea. And he said, hey, this young guy, Ethan Matthews, he needs to be your sidekick on the podcast. And, but no, make your car a classroom, parents. And, Daniel Coyle's book is mandatory reading. There's so many others. I think the book Bounce, talent's overrated. Parents, I would like to consider myself a lifelong learner, and that's the way it should be. And, parents, how's it work in high school? You graduate and it's called commencement. Now, I'm the youngest of 6. I thought commencement meant the end, because high school kids, one more year and I'm out. They talked about high school like it was like a jail sentence, and commencement, cease fire, commence fire with, it takes 10 years to really learn how to teach tennis. I think you should have lesson plans. If you've been teaching 10 years, okay, now you can turn it into you have a guideline. You don't have a set lesson plan. But with the parents listening too, is that, you get 10 years down the road and then you have a clue, where I tell the parents at a junior tournament, who's the smartest person at a junior tournament is the parent of the smartest kid. So the 10-year-old, 10 and under tournament. And, I say local, and you speak Spanish. So local, you say it fast enough, it means crazy. But Andy, if you want to break the record, you got to go to California.
No, I'm just shadow swinging.
You're just shadow swinging. So tell everybody about your cat. You and your wife got a cat. You should have got a dog. I like dogs.
Yeah, we had that. Well, with the travel, it was a little bit easier. We adopted a blue Russian cat named Theodore, German Theodore.
Teddy.
Yeah, it's a cute little bugger.
So you need to start hanging up. You need to start hanging up Teddy Roosevelt quotes.
Something for Leo to do while I'm on the road.
Leo, she's great. She's great. Winston Churchill. I don't like cats because they ignore us. I don't like dogs because they worship us. I like pigs because they ignore us. I used to have some fun saying, all right, tomorrow, and tennis kids are very privileged. I always that way that grew up in a household where there was all these encyclopedias. And it's just changed. I used to say, all right, everybody come in tomorrow. I have a quote from Winston Churchill. Now they take out their phone and they just rattle it off. They just rattle it off from the back of the van. The teenage boys, the quote they like about Winston Churchill is some lady says to the gentleman, Winston Churchill, you're drunk. And he goes, ma'am, you're ugly. And tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll be hungover. But when you wake up, you'll still be ugly. And, that wasn't the one I was looking for, to come back from the teenage boys. But, never quit. With,
I got a little, I don't think I told you this. Since I'm in Canada, it just reminded me that he went back in the Miami tournament. Indian was in Miami. I got on the court with JJ Wolf a little bit just to help him on a few things. And the last time I was on the court with him, and I told him during that week, I said, JJ, this is crazy. You have 5 chefs in the kitchen right now. It was me, his girlfriend, 2 coaches, and a physio. But so the last practice he's hitting with Denis Shapovalov, and I really didn't need to be on the court, but I said, I'll go. Since I can get on the court, I'll just go check this out, So I got there, and his girlfriend, Emma's a phenomenal soccer player. She was sitting on this little kind of a covered bench in the corner. So I just thought, I'll just sit right here and watch. And Dennis was on my side, just in front of us in the deuce court, returning JJ's serve. And, I said, I'm going to chirp here a little bit. So I said, watch out for this, I think I said, silly slice serve coming wide, although I didn't use the word silly. And he said, it's one, he said, one of the best in the game, something like that. And I said, well, he's learned the same information that you got when you were young at the Richmond Hill Country Club. And he said, I don't think so. And I said, no, yeah, you did. From Richard Hernandez and Miran Man. And he does it, and he just said, Miran, good guy or something like that. But I just kind of wanted to see how he would react to that. But he didn't say too much other than that. But for people to know, all these connections with the GreatBase throughout the world with different players.
Yeah, I come back to Dennis with the NCAA tournament though. You were working with JJ. JJ's playing a tournament. You're in Germany. So let me just start with Ty Tucker was the team coach. So he's there and he's got 2 assistants. David Cass is there and he's got an assistant. And then JJ's father's there. So there were 6 coaches. 6 coaches. And a couple of them were nervous. And then in the crunch, really just observing it, JJ was looking at his dad. He's looking at his dad.
Yeah.
And but also what we did, and Raleigh Grossbaum, he's not an extrovert. He's not he's a capital E. He's a capital extrovert. So I'm grinding. So it's against the rules to bring in a camera. So we bring in a camera, and I said, you're going to get there early. And it was tougher. Raleigh's like, you say hello to everybody, but he gets there early. He gets the job done. And he films the match, and we send it to you. And I'm just shaking my head, and I'm just going, with and certainly, what is he cracked the top 50 in the world right now? But and then I'd be out of line to comment on Cass and his father, but with Tucker, I don't remember watching with you, but we're watching a Ty Tucker practice, and fantastic. They hit so many balls. There's so much intensity and so many things from our podcast. We need to go back, and we've talked about, having help and raising some money to get help. And I'll go back. Okay. Not just show notes, but Jeremy Wertzman said Ty Tucker's practices are like round of 16 in the NCAA tournament. I was at the University of Florida one time. Took actually a kid from Dusseldorf up there, last name Boker. So Marvin Boker. So he turned around his game really quickly and became highly ranked, I think, at 12. So, yeah, so I was just up there with Scotty Perelman, and I can speak Pearl. Pearl means, I know Scotty and I know his younger brother. So I just go into this Florida State Florida, the center they have, and I just, Pearl, doing my Scotty Perelman imitation. And so it rains, and, I was just with, I think it was Mark Merklin and Scotty. It was just two of them, and started telling Ty Tucker stories about, because he just creates, that competitive fight. And, but again, I always say there's no perfect program, program plus, with, and fair enough, I do think with college coaches, Ty is a guy who, he's, you've been in conversations with him. I just think of Jeremy, my son Connor, kid Alex Fuchs is there right now. And then, I really wish, turning the clock back, that David Squire had said, okay, he's going to get his kid. They waited too long. There was a scholarship at first, but, get him there because of just the work ethic. But, when people I could go back to, okay, I just had a squad of players that, in Tyler, Texas, is a young coach, and people were coming to see me from all over the world to become a tennis teacher because I was fortunate enough to create this unique program, revise a curriculum to have a comprehensive full-fledged program. But I was just teaching local kids. And then when you do that, then the intensity can go up. Type of work I do now is like, kid comes in, we just had a coach bring an 8-year-old and an 18-year-old. And, I don't feed balls to people who can't hit the ball well. I'm not going to go out. I mean, I'm going to drop hit balls and toss balls. And, I think Roger Federer, you got to have the right coach at the right time. And it's just really, really sad that so many kids, it's one thing to have a late start. Some kids, if they're coming from other sports, I wouldn't really call that a late start because they're an athlete. They played other sports, but they have a bad start. And it's like, oh my word, how long have you been swinging at the ball this way?
Yeah, we can't talk to you about strategy because you don't have the tools to implement any kind of tactics.
Yeah, and Welby was great at that. Adults would ask him, "Can you talk about strategy?" And he'd say, "No, I'm not going to talk to you about strategy." Yeah. Now you can, that's how Brad Gilbert's book, Winning Ugly, came along. Everybody knows Gilbert. He'll talk to a telephone pole. One of the most enjoyable experiences of my tennis career is I'm working for Robbie Zaguzzo, started an academy, and it was every Monday at the end of a tournament. It seemed like every Monday that Gilbert was at a tournament, he would call Zaguzzo up and say, "Hey, Fatso, let me talk to you." And, he would just, "What do you weigh this week?" He would just start chirping and mutual love and laughing. And he goes, "Do you know who won the doubles this week? You got to get your fat, lazy, dun back out here on the tour." And, but he had that ability on how he talked to people. I mean, there's the famous story how he, he was with Agassi and he said, "Oh, excuse me, I'll be right back," because the restaurant he was in, they didn't sell the beer he liked. So he went across the street, bought a 6-pack and brought it into the restaurant. And at that time, he was ranked higher than Agassi. And he said, "I have so little game, but I've got so much out of it. You got so much game, but you've got so little out of it." And storytelling for mental toughness is just hear people tell stories. But that's where I think around the world it varies. Don't you think, being an American living in Europe, that there's less hype, there's less anxiety, there's less emphasis on winning with early development? Or has it gone crazy everywhere?
Good question. I don't think so, though. From what I've seen, people make the same mistakes.
Yeah.
It always reminds me of when we, working in the Vic Braden Tennis College. What's the Microsoft? What's his name?
Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill Gates. When he talks about his early start to computers, he had opportunity to work with computers, and so he just got more time with these crazy big machines than everybody else.
Oh, he broke into elementary schools to do it.
Right. And so I feel like, I was lucky to start my teaching career, I guess you say career, my teaching career at the Vic Braden Tennis College, because it really was, like you talk about the tennis tech being a laboratory. It really was that in a way. I mean, obviously people are paying money to come in, but every 3 to 5 days, you've got a new group of people that you videotape and you analyze and you work with, and you sort of have this opportunity to just see the same problems over and over and over again. You don't really, see that many things different. It's like, oh, here's, when Vic would do the video analysis, it's like, okay, you're late on your turn. Here comes the ball. Now your shoulders are going to shrug, and then you're going to, your upper arm's going to stop, and now your forearm's going to take over, and you don't have a hitting zone. So you see people make the same mistakes every week, and then you learn how to see it, analyze it, and then correct it, and the drills, the progression, the application to correct it. So I feel really fortunate to have that opportunity to do that for years.
Well, it's great to hear you say that.
You see it. So what I'm saying is you go, okay, tennis in Germany. I worked for a couple months for David in the TCK, and it's like, well, okay, here's grip, swing, body. It's like the same mistakes, and then it just goes up to the highest levels of the game. Like, okay, here's the Masters Montreal, and it's like, okay, here's Caroline Wozniacki, and she beat Kim, and she's got a palm up serve and a high toss, and so there's inefficiencies there. And other players you watch, it's like, okay, yeah, there's technical breakdowns, but then they've hit a million balls, and you just wonder, okay, how could you be, or maybe you wouldn't be injured, or are you really maximizing your potential? Because in the end, can you make the shot? But so to answer the question about are things different, I don't think so. And when kids come, especially from wealthy backgrounds, and they're handed everything easily, the whole idea of, okay, we'll pay 10 cents to practice. I think, if you have those, if you're fortunate to have some financial excess where you have some opportunities, teach your kids how to work and earn things, and or teach them good habits. And if you need to pay them 10 cents to do it, so that they'll have those as they get older. But the problems in tennis is it's worldwide. I don't think so. Not that I've seen.
No, it's great to use the term lab at Tennis Tech. We had a 15-hour weekly lab to learn how to teach tennis.
Yeah.
And it was a lab, and Braden was the cornerstone. But I always say the Christmas tree. But we were not one-dimensional. We certainly got other very accomplished tennis teachers involved. But I told parents, I tell kids, and they said, I mostly tell kids, and I have no problem telling parents. I tell a kid, I've met you 1,000 times. They look and they say, oh, no, I know your parents say you're special, you're the one and only. But I've seen the problem 1,000 times. And, that's what I mean by Nick Bollettieri, is that he has met so many families that are ended up on his doorstep saying, okay, we want to do whatever it takes. And it's so true, that they're late, the shoulder pinches and the upper arms against the upper body, and then the forearm flies in, and it's the same old problem.
Palm up on serve.
But I do think that's where. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it reminds me, because people will say we're too technical, and sometimes we can be, but in the end, it's like Vic would say, it's not a matter of you have something wrong with your thyroid. It's that when you get to the ball, you can't, it's not the fitness. It's like, you have a crummy stroke. I was in Poland last year for actually a coach's workshop. And, it was a small kind of intimate group of coaches, and they had a few guys. One wanted to coach on the tour a little bit. Another guy has an academy in Italy, but they were focusing on other things, and they were saying, sometimes things get too technical, and they were calling it, the Taliban of technique, almost like, okay, the cult of technique, and kind of, it's like, we're not going to talk about technique. Like, okay, fine, okay, but really, when it comes down to it, you got to be able to make the shot under pressure. But at the very end of the week, they had Dominic Thiem's father come in to do a Q&A. And I remember that Dominic Thiem had lost to Bjorn Fratangelo in the finals of the French Open Juniors.
Yeah.
And I know the flaws that Bjorn has in his technical game. I've seen him play, a great guy. He's always nice, but he's got some flaws, especially on the forehand side, some inefficiencies, extra movement.
Yeah, I know his game well.
I asked Dominic, and I knew what his answer was going to be, but I kind of wanted to do it for the group,
This is asking the father.
Because there'd almost been this bashing on like technical pros, through the week. And so I said, I brought it up. I said, hey, Dominic lost to Bjorn. I said, yeah. So what do you think the difference is? Why did Dominic go on to do so well? And Bjorn, I think maybe been top 150. I think he's had injuries, but I said, what do you think the difference is? And guess what he said?
Improved his technique.
He just said there's some technical problems. He said, well, he's got some technical issues. And really what it comes down to is, it's like, that's just not going to hold up week in, week out under pressure. You might have good draw, good week here and there, but in the end, you got to have technique that's going to hold up under pressure and keep you not injured. And so there's always going to be those few outliers out there that have other intangibles, but
with Bjorn,
it's like, would you just show me how to hit it? Or Vic will say, if you don't know how to hit it, then you got to learn how to hit it.
With Bjorn Fratangelo, his first name is Bjorn. His father's from Pittsburgh. Wasn't really my understanding of the story was they weren't really happy with the coaching, and they went to Naples, Florida, and they hit 1 million balls. And it was at Indian Wells where he's on the court with Djokovic and takes the set. So I think he might have once or twice, for a short period of time, cracked the top 100. I can remember with was a young kid from Texas. He was going to go to A&M, and he didn't go to A&M. And young Bjorn with this young kid from Texas, he's still playing. I know Joey Johnson helps him out. Mitchell Kruger. And it was a young Dustin Taylor who was traveling with them. And I remember Dustin Taylor was, now he's at Oklahoma State. He was a national coach at USTA. And I have a pretty good memory. So Dustin Taylor was coaching Brian Wilson and Jeremy Wurtzman, and they ended up staying at my so-called tennis house. And I remember Dustin Taylor was just hungry. He asked me question after question, and it was, one time it was just an all-nighter. And I remember it because the next day I had to go to the Roddick Tennis Academy. I was supposed to just observe for a day, and there's a follow-up story to that. But so Kruger, he didn't go to college. Fratangelo didn't go to college. And, I think people need to go back in time that, what college program is really taking two guys like that, or they're very, very good in helping their game anyway. Really taking, we don't like your backhand volley. Oh, we don't like your forehand. Your forehand's got some extra movements. And I think you go back in time in the United States of America, Stan Smith and Arthur Ashe, when they were freshmen, they could not play. They could not have a car. They had to live in this dorm. And, so you referred to it in the book that you are listening to now are reading, and it's discipline. And, it's with, you mentioned Alanis Hamilton. I hope her father was listening when we talked to Jimmy Rogers, who talked to Tessa. They worked with each other for almost 10 years at the Richmond Hill Country Club. And the story he told on our podcast, we had a little problem with sound, but we saved like 80% of it. And he said, Tessa, you need to get to London. Your son's in the quarters. And Tessa said, it's just a junior tournament. But no, we said it just in a previous podcast, is at these USPTA, PTR functions, pros like to talk about drills. They're open to learning new drills, but they're all, I'd say, I have to be very careful to say they all, almost a high percentage, a vast majority, too many pros are pretentious about knowing technique. I love the way you say it. Is let me see your students hit the ball. Vic, let me see the worst kid, the kid who takes the ice cream cone and puts it in their forehead. How do they hit the ball? And, just because someone's driving the bus, they're leading this college program. Where's the kid as a freshman and where's the kid as a senior? Dave Anderson has a great line. A lot of his students, 500 maybe, pretty big number, have gone on to play college tennis, and they come back and he goes, well, their experience was pretty good. They didn't get worse, because a lot of times they actually lose their game. I think that Ty Tucker did in his staff, he did an outstanding job with my son Connor, but one of the reasons it was great for you to travel with Connor is that he wasn't really around the information when he was playing college tennis. It's just, that's where Jimmy Rogers said on one of our podcasts that we're outcasts. It's not the norm, especially in the circles you're traveling in. It's not the norm to even talk technique. I know I've heard Matt Clore say it's very difficult for me to even have a conversation in that setting, so I think many of the people we trained, because. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, when I was traveling with Connor, your son, Mitchell Kruger was with us on quite a few of those, Asia and different places. He's got a chain puller on his serve, so his elbow goes up twice. And I really like Mitch. I've been friends with him, just acquaintances. I always say hi to him when I see him, and but I'll look and say, okay, is this going to be? Let's see if it's any change, and it's what now, almost 10 years later, and you just see, people are hitting the ball the exact same way, and it's like you're stuck. You don't, what's the difference? Why are you stuck between 150 and 250 your whole career? It's like you got to take an honest look and go, okay, where do I need to improve? Hit, run, compete, recover. What are those areas? And then it's like, how can I improve my serve? Look at Djokovic did. He's number 3 in the world and did it.
For me,
all the time, you just go, well, that's not going to work. And what are you going to do against this player when they have better groundies than you? What option do you have? Can you hit a drop shot? Can you hit an approach shot? Can you hit high and heavy? Do you have an underspin backhand? Keep the ball low to that girl's full Western forehand.
Let me.
You have to have the tools.
Let me ask you to talk about Vic Braden's line in a minute, mailing the score a bit, because I was with Vic one time at the Easter Bowl. He goes, you could tell the story, but George Bezekny, I remember watching him in the 12s, and this goes back a long time ago. And I'm just I'm going to study tennis. I have an older brother who studied hockey. I was on a quest to study the game of tennis, find systems and such. So I remember watching Bezekny, and years later, he's playing the NCAA finals against Michael Pernfors, their teammates at the University of Georgia. And years later, I was a tennis director at the Seguso Bassett Tennis Academy in Boca. And he hit the ball the same way when he was in the 12s, then he was in the NCAA finals, and then when he was trying to play the tour. But tell us the Vic Braden, they got a mail in the score. You've already answered it in 2 words.
It's just basically that. I always, when you you're going to play Serena Williams, like she's bigger, she's stronger, she has good technique, for the most part, clean. Are you going to beat her off the ground? You see some girl come in ranked 130 or something, a qualifier, let's just say, or even, 80 in the world. You just go, well, you're not going to win off the ground. So what are you going to do? And Vic would just say, well, you might as well just mail in the scores. You have no options.
There it is. No options. What do parents want for their kids? They want options and opportunities. You can look at somebody in the ready position returning serve and go, no options. Roberto Calla, he worked with us for 15 years, and English was his second language. And one thing that he'd watch somebody play. He grew up in soccer, but 15 years is a long time. He had 2 words. He'd watch somebody play and he'd say, no information. It's pretty good. If you watch somebody play, it's like, no information. From working from the net back, you're hard pressed to even see a kid hit an overhead, but all it takes is one hit and the kid's got palm up. And the backhand volley is almost hitting the court, and they have to have a continental grip. And a lot of people are being told to get their elbow in, so they have a death grip. Battle of Boca, it was a chapter of my life. I was there like almost every weekend for 2 years. Young kid from Montreal I worked with, and he goes up to the net, he wins a point with a volley, and the kid he's playing against yells out, "This is the Battle of Boca. Nobody's supposed to volley." And it's sad, we laugh at it, but the definition of, comedy is tragedy with time. And, and then in the end, there's no accountability. I think the coaches, the parents made all these mistakes. The kid wasn't very talented. And, really, small cities and large clubs, many times in this country, they don't produce one college tennis player per year.
So I think, going to, let's say with GreatBase Tennis and the work that we try to do to get information online, and the tough part and why I probably enjoy what I'm doing right now, let me say for right now, it's like I'm working with a really special individual, just awesome person, a great family, great tennis player. And, I'm like, hey, let's make your dreams come true, make you a millionaire. And it's a long road, and there's no guarantees, but it's just kind of fun to have one focus and then try to help someone win at the highest level. It's great. Versus, what we were trying to do. You use that line. What do you do for a living? I fight ignorance every day. And I don't want to come off being arrogant or whatever, but it really just comes down to physics, and it's just like, well, if you have extra moving parts that don't serve any kind of purpose or outcome, that's inefficient. So if you're just trying to make things being efficient, but to fight what goes on in the world with tennis technique, it's just crazy. And the people that I dealt with trying to, really from the bottom of my heart, trying to help tennis, give out free information. There are some positive stories in there, like with Henry Park, for example, and many, many others. But there was so much fighting, and it's just kind of ridiculous in the end. It's like, hey man, life is tough enough, but that's the tough part about the coaching technique, teaching technique, is it's hard to get people on the same page. And so what you guys are continuing to do with GreatBase Tennis, I kind of take my hat off to you. Almost feel like I kind of took the easy way out or bailed, and I still obviously am a part of it, and I look and I watch and I listen and I see the questions asked, and they're not always answered now because you guys are so busy as well. But it's frustrating with the tennis teaching world, is that it's very difficult to get people on the same page.
Yeah,
so in the end, it's like, well, okay, the proof's in the pudding. Let's just see. Yeah, let's see how your players hit the ball. Let's see, as they stay injury free, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, answering the questions. That's something with fundraising to, the manpower to do it. Here's something in the United States. John Embry is resigned. I should say retired. I remember meeting with him. Flew all the way to Florida, I was working with a nonprofit. You helped out. You and your wife were there, Leo, and so I was just. And shortly afterwards, it was the pandemic, but it was okay. Let's have a Vic Braden, tennis college, or let's. That was one point, and it was like, well, we can't do that because politically, then everybody would want to do it, and then I said no, we would just we'd raise money, and the money can go to his widow. I mean, but then there was going to be fees. I said okay, but we'll do it for free, and. But anyway, when he retired, I had a couple of people say that I should apply to be the executive director. And, I'm going, there's not a chance in China that I would be hired to be the executive director of the USPTA. But then I did say, well, what they should do is not get an administrator. In fact, this summer I communicated with quite a few college ADs. And my message to them is you just always hire the best teacher. The head coach, hire the best teacher. And okay, recruiting and all the paperwork. And do they have the experience of being the head coach? And what are the optics? So what's the show business of it? So you have a tennis teaching tournament. I've always said that. Wouldn't it be great? And I appreciate when you call me Rambo, because from teaching in the 70s, I can have a whistle. And I'm a little bit older now, but
my ringtone. It's my ringtone for you as well. When you call it ringtone.
But is that Rocky or Rambo? But anyway,
no, it's a Rambo. Yeah.
So with Rambo, I can wear a whistle and teach 100 people, and nothing to be proud of. But if you had tennis teaching tournaments, say, okay, we're gonna get 20 beginners. We're gonna go to this elementary school, and we're gonna get people to come over. And whoever can teach 20 beginners really well, they're going to be the new executive director of the USPTA. I mean, I don't really like the fact that I'm a member of both the USPTA and PTR, but overnight, those organizations are pickleball organizations. And it's like, come on. And, and also too, now that a lot of young people are not stepping up and going, okay, I'll be associated, I'll be certified. But when I met with John Embry, I said, Mark Twain, if you got 15,000 members, I can learn from each and every one. Every time you meet someone, you meet your master. But I said, if 15,000 USPTA pros, could be PTR pros in this country, and I know there's international members in both, maybe more so in the PTR. If they were to take the 200 questions on the Vic Braden tennis test from the 70s, and all that is still relevant because it's fact-based, people would flunk that test. With Chad Birrell, we put together, he was a guest on our podcast, and he's won a national title in junior college and a national title in Division II. We had a questionnaire, you used it. There was 15 questions. It wasn't to make anybody feel bad. And as you said, it's not a matter to come off arrogant, but like, okay, this is, these are the questions, and people would get them wrong. With, that's just crazy. With the USPH PTR, I remember Birrell saying that is we would test people for the test. Say, well, this is really the answer, but this is how you have to teach when you take the test. And there was positives, especially Vandermeer and the group dynamics of his. Now I don't even know. I'm a member, but they have, I think, 5 different levels. So, I say, well, I should shut up because I'm not an insider. And, like, how does it actually work now? What are I know they have one for adults and one for like over 17 and one for high performance. And now I'm guessing. So everybody say you're wrong. But I like Braden saying, ready, play, when the umpire says ready, play, can you serve?
Let's see. Yeah. I mean, obviously, those organizations, they have to make money to survive. And so they get, with pickleball and things like that, that's kind of the in thing right now. And it's growing so fast and making money. So they're going to offer certifications and do it. Same with online tennis teaching. I mean, I just know for a fact that people have devoured the content that we've put out there and used it, but they're gonna sell their own sell their own courses and things. And
yeah, I heard it's called bootlegging. You made, I don't know how many Instagram posts, and people would just, hey, I like this. And then they would go out and do it themselves. And you can do it on your telephone, and no money and very little time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still see the drills today, and there's guys, I talked to as a kid in Canada, Jabran Mohammadi. He's always asking questions and reaches out and gives some credit, but there's just other, you just see it all the time, and there's lots of positives to that. Like, okay, it's good. Maybe that's what you wanted. I guess you just kind of want to know, have people know where the source is as well, which obviously we've all learned from our experiences. But
one of the questions one of the things I said to John Embry, I said, well, here are 3 questions. And with Vic Braden, and that's one was, you would know, it could go the dimensions of the court, 19.1 degrees. And then people are like, well, why do you need to know that? But the racket turning it 8 times, 360 degrees divided by 8 is 45. Every time you change your knuckle by 1 bevel, it's 45 degrees. So I've gone to many functions over the years, and I intentionally show up wearing street clothes. And I go back, I was studying tennis in the 70s, but I'm thinking, okay, 80s, I had, I would say, a leadership role starting in 1981, training tennis teachers at a college. So the 80s and on. So it's in Boca, there's maybe 50 coaches that were invited from around the state, and the effort is, okay, to try to improve tennis teaching. So, okay, I'll go. So I'm not saying anything. If there's 50 people and there's a minimum of 5 that I've trained, and Jose Garris was there, Andy Brandy, and then Martin Blackman was there, but that was before he was the general manager. It was, he'd worked for the USTA, left the USTA. And so then someone said, they said, use my name in third person. What does Steve say? And I go, oh gosh. So they couldn't get past the continental grip on the forehand volley. And I just stood up and went boom, 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 and then sat down. And and there was an old coach there who said, he was saying, let's hear from the voice of reason. So, and it worked out. It was a rainy day, so we had to stay inside the whole time. And I was up and down and asked, what do you think? Here's a fun story with Mark Bay. He's a great guy, loves tennis. He's a very good commentator from Chicago. And he's, very good friends with the Wayne Bryan and his kids, the famous twins. And so he puts together this function in Chicago. He did it, I think, 3 or 4 years. So he calls me up, he's stuck, and he had an older coach, and it was Jim Lair. But Jim couldn't go. So he calls me up and he goes, I need an old coach. And I go, I didn't think I was that old. So I said, see what I can do. And actually I went up there, and Connor went with me. And I mean, what he had going was great. He had players from these different sections playing, and he had 2 different, or maybe 3 sites with indoor courts, and it was in the winter. And he had college coaches there speaking to parents. And then there was these, they weren't roundtable. I know you've been part of that. I've been part of that. The USTA player development for a long time was roundtable. But it was on court, and it was a long weekend. It was a 3.5 day thing. And so there'd be an on-court session on the return of serve. And there might've been like 3 speakers, maybe 4, 10 minutes with this guy, 10 minutes with that guy, maybe 10 minutes with that gal. And I had the last 5 minutes, and I just went, okay. And again, honesty is like, boom, you said this, boom, boom, boom. You said this, boom, boom, boom. You said this, boom, boom, boom. And, I think the USTA does have, I know they have umpires that travel around the country and evaluate other umpires. And, we do have in the US, we have a network of coaches that the USTA could hire tomorrow to go and monitor It'd be ego battles for sure. But who needs to be connected to all this whole thought process is the parents. They're the ones writing the checks. And it's Dumb and Dumber. The lesson is dumb, and the parent's dumber because they're writing the check for the lesson. And it's like, did any learning take place? I mean, where is this headed? And, certainly would education say, okay, we're going to throw out the alphabet. We're going to this new group of elementary kids coming in. We're not using the alphabet anymore. I mean, how would that go? And, there is an alphabet of tennis. And so that word style is always there. I always told people that when you walk across the college campus and, some poor individual, they have to drag the right leg. I mean, but for the most part, everybody's walking left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. But people do have their own walking style, but they're still going left foot, right foot, left foot. So there has to be improvement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say what people, you take the pros and really the nuts and the bolts are right there. Especially there's some players where you could almost just put them together and be the exact same thing, but people will focus on the body type, even the clothes. In the tennis college, people would, when you show them their video, a lot of times they would, just talk about their outfits or what their body looked like and not really be paying attention to the stroke. So I think the same thing happens with the pros. When people watch the pros play in video, if you put them close together and these key positions, they all do it because there's not like 9 different ways to hit topspin. It's like you have to do certain things from a physical aspect, and the court dimension's the same. To hit the shots.
I remember Vic,
when you look at people, it's like you can see those key positions, but a lot of times you get distracted by, body type and height and clothes and different things like that.
I remember Vic used to use a silhouette where it was Ilie Nastase and Chris Evert. At one time, their hair was the same length. And, how they approached hitting the ball with their backswing and such. Nastase was, obviously many more moving parts than Chrissy. But at the impact point, it was, it was just, it was from the waist up, or you couldn't say, well, it was shorts or a skirt. But the thing is that you couldn't tell the difference between Chrissy at the impact point or Nastase. And, the racket faces away from their body, the racket faces straight up and down, and, the body had not spun open, and it's just, so,
So when it just comes under the facts, right? Like you're saying, you're saying boom, boom, boom. When you say boom, 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 you're just dropping a fact, and it's like, here it is. It's not subjective at all. And like I was telling you about the 3D, it's like, well, let me just show you how fast the racket's going in every part of the swing. There's no, here it is. So it is telling them what not what you think or what your opinion is.
Yeah. With, Richard Hernandez, who's been on our podcast twice. One was group dynamics and being able to teach more people at one time, because it has to be a win-win-win. The coach has to go to the grocery store. I tease people and say, I just go and I'm so good looking, they don't make me pay for the groceries. But, that was one thing during the pandemic. And, it was actually, it's still on YouTube. All you got to do is look at it. Is, people were giving lessons in their garage going, this is what you can do to improve your game. And you were there. And I wrote, Carl Hale, who I know at the time, I know him well. He was the president of the PTR. I said, we got a free course on how to practice at home, but it was political. They weren't going to put that up. And, I also contacted the USPTA, and it's a pretty powerful clip. I mean, it's, I don't know, hour and a half long, and it's a young kid who won the 12s, US 12s Orange Bowl, La Petite, it. And these are the drills he did between, age of 7 and It was in a junior Wimbledon final. I mean, with and then at the end of that course, it's Austin Krajicek, who right now is number 1 in the world in doubles, and Austin's a lefty and this kid's a righty, and it's like it's right there. And with there's a gentleman who's been in charge. I know a couple have been in charge of 10 and under on a committee, but also 10 and under on staff at the USTA. And Matt Clore was in the building that you spent a lot of time teaching in, the indoors at the USTA, and the person in charge of the 10s is watching Matt Clore toss balls to his young daughter, Cammie, who you spent a lot of time working with, and so did I. And it was one of those kids who at that time wasn't really switched on to tennis, but she would come out, toss her balls, and she had a very solid technical base. And this gentleman who was in charge of 10 and unders looks at it and goes, "Whoa," and says to Matt, he goes, we get upset with this. "I've heard you're a great baser." Like, what does that mean? You're a great baser. And the person says to him, "Well, I hear a lot of negative things about that." And Matt, it was just appropriate time. He said, "Well, why don't you look down at court 4?" So Matt's on court 1, and he looks at court 4, and it's Ashton Kruger hitting the ball. And he goes, "All you have to do is look it up." And this is exactly how she was taught. And Dave Anderson's got film of her hitting off the cone. And thinking about Dennis Shapovalov, Richard Hernandez has that. He has this kid. And I mean, you can go to YouTube and it's on court 19, Richmond Hill Country Club. And the thing about Dennis at age 8, he had hit so many balls. Miron Mann was a sparring partner, and Tessa said just hit every ball to his one-handed backhand. And Miron did exactly what he was told. He goes, "Yeah, I kept hitting." And she would say, "Hit high to it." And the kid's missing backhand after backhand. And, and in that tape, our strokes clean. Oh, yeah, a little bit open, whatever. Yvonne is in the room. I mean, you can do this. This is something that I have to have somebody else do it for me, but you just take your phone and go, boom, you film it. And then you can just show, like someone like Dennis who hits a one-handed backhand, is that what's happening as he approaches the ball. It's even like Federer. I mean, Arthur Ashe's backhand was like that, is that, Federer would swing upwards so much at the very top, he releases from his elbow. The ball's gone. I mean, he's a rising socket from the shoulder, and, he's not as good as Wawrinka when it comes to that. And that's one of his 3 wishes. He wished he had a backhand like Wawrinka. But then they recover. So, I mean, it happens so fast. And, I would say that the commentators, they for years and years, they don't think they're doing it like they used to in Canadian hockey, CBC, Howie Meeker. They have that time in between periods. One of the sessions was on how to teach kids to play. And, I think hockey is so much better as far as coverage, television coverage, but, to teach strokes or to teach strategy, that's not happening. That's where you listen to the next podcast and they go, "Yeah, I think Patrick McEnroe should be at the table and he's taking notes, but we want him there. And he's the most powerful person because he's on TV with a microphone." And
two-handed backhand volley.
Yeah, with and why did he hit a two-handed backhand volley? And how did that evolve? I mean, Chris Garner, who's a very successful coach, he's at Navy now, and I haven't really followed him at Navy, but it's pretty easy. When he was at Amherst, I believe his team was in the finals 5 times, and he grew up in that area, and he told me that John McEnroe, his game really looked very much like Tony Palafax. And I watched Tony Palafax, work with McEnroe. Everybody, you're living in the LA area, which I did. You live in the Miami area, which I did. But I never really, I don't have a recall for watching Palafax play. But yeah, it's really interesting, when where McEnroe, I know we've had many people here in the last year that have come from McEnroe's and they show up and they get videotaped. McEnroe believes that you can just play set after set and learn to play that way. And you certainly can. You can learn to play anyway. Well,
there's something for match play. When you talk about, okay, you have blocked, variable, and random practice. Blocked meaning just hit the same forehands on the same height and the same position. And there's a time and place for that, especially if you're first learning, let's say, the shapes of the swing or some fundamental you're trying to work out in efficiency to work through. And then you got to move to variable where, let's say, you hit different forehands, high forehand on the run, low forehand, moving forward. And then there's random. And what that's all about is retrieval from one software package, meaning, let's say, a low backhand, to all of a sudden a high forehand. And that's really tennis, is everything's random. You've got to go from one software package to the next. So that the faster you can get to random practice, which would be playing sets or having somebody feed you random balls, the better, because those people made more gains in their improvement over a month's time than people that just did blocked practice. For example, like on today I played some golf on the driving range where it's all just, you have the same flat mat, but when you go play, you have your feet are all of a sudden in different positions and you're on a slope and things are different. So, there is something that, you've got to play sets, but you want to make sure that you've learned a good technical base at the same time. And then work on both. Like we'll finish a practice a lot of times where Kim will be on the service line and we just do, okay, let's do stroke cleansing. And it's like, all right, turn with both hands on the racket, just go 2-1-2, catch the racket and finish. Try to keep your racket on that center line. Just, and I just catch the ball. So we just, we'll just work a few reps of basics to end the practice or even begin a practice. So there's a time and place for all that.
Let me ask you, you mentioned it earlier. The last name is Schmidt, right?
Yeah, Richard Schmidt.
Richard Schmidt. The listeners could look that up, I'm sure, and find it. My favorite Vic Braden
motor
tape.
Learning. I mean, he has good books. I mean,
but my favorite tape of Vic Braden's is Go for a Winner, and we talked about it. My second favorite tape is the tape Vic made with him. I think it's just spot on. Like today, I had a kid.
There's the motor learning tape.
He's going to be a red shirt at a college program in any high school, and his coach brought him here, and I said, okay, we're going random. And I tossed him a forehand, tossed him a 2-handed backhand, tossed him an underspin backhand. So there's different levels of random too, because, just isolate. Now we've worked on the forehand, and now we got to go to the backhand. I remember teaching tennis in Surabaya, Indonesia, and it was really amazing. I said to the translator, I said, every kid can hit a forehand. They can't hit a backhand. And he goes, no, in this culture, and he was somebody who was well-traveled, he spoke English fluently. He said, this is back in 84. He said, in this culture, no one plays left-handed. You have to play right-handed. Being a lefty is sinister. I go, okay. And then he also said that you don't move on to the backhand until you can hit a forehand. And that's not how learning takes place. I mean, you learn in stages. Yvonne, how are we doing for the record breaking? Fitzell told me he wants to break the record.
Well, I hope the listeners, you guys, I hope you're getting something out of this.
Hang on one second. Where are we at? 3:20. Let's go a few more minutes, and I think 3:30 would do it. 3:48. Let's just break 3:48, and people with. Is that possible tonight with the battery and all the technical skills you've got? I said the other day on a podcast.
I hope people are getting something out of it. We can go forever. I mean,
I think
I'm happy. I'm just shower swinging and packing. So
I say, okay, we got people that just look at it and go, that's too long. But I have so many people tell me that they like the length of it. If it's 3 hours, it takes 1% of your week to listen to it. And but within we always say, okay, you got a tennis treasure chest, and get some pearls.
That's where Yvonne has to do the editing and find the nuggets.
Yeah, we have to raise money to do it. I mean, not a bunch of money, but the first year is my fault first. We didn't really make any phone calls. I spent a significant amount of money having GreatBase become a nonprofit, and but it all comes from when Vic passed away. There was no plan. Vic used to say we should have had a plan, and but there's just things like, and again, it's an idea from the podcast where Dave Secker said, and I've repeated it a couple of times now, just take Braden's book. Then Yvonne also said the other night on our 156 is that, are people really sitting down and reading a book page by page? When you can just have it just thrown at you in a quick Instagram.
Yeah.
And again, I've said it over and over again, is that Anderson, people love to listen to Anderson. We talked about it, having it be a different format. But it's, a lot of times it's like you're in Europe. So, okay, let's get Andy, let's get Dave and just take one topic and make it 1 hour. So we can definitely change the format.
Yeah.
I teach Zachary, well, yeah, you got an English accent, so you're in. You got to get somebody with an English accent. But with to take Braden's book, now at Mike McLaughlin, Jim Klein, it's like, okay, they're talking to Bill Bruns, and it's like, okay, let's do this. Let's try to have a reunion, or better yet, a 50th anniversary. And you have done so much work with Vic, and I know with Warren Pretorius at one point, he said, well, okay, you can use all the film that we have with players in slow motion. Why don't you talk a little about, you have some film with I shouldn't say kids, but you're right at ground level, and I think you could even tell about the funny story where you're there where you could put your hand out, pull your hand back in, put your hand back out, and I don't know how many people in the stands are clapping. Tell us about the hand in and out, but what those shots, they just show the players lifting, and all the myths that Vic debunked, they're back. Stay down, don't lift, and sure enough, you can find trying to think of Kerber, for example. He's hitting some forehands on her knees. That's it. Yeah. That's it. And people, obviously the pros, Welby Van Horn's line, they improvise. Vic Braden's line, they can't violate physical laws. But they certainly aren't going to be in a perfect position with a perfect pitch every time. But tell us a little bit about that filming at Indian Wells.
It started in Southern California. It started at the LA Open, maybe early 2000s, maybe even. I'm trying to think, the first 2004, 2005 at the LA Open, which is no longer. Set up 3 cameras. I didn't run it at that time, but Sampras, and at the same time, John Yandel was supposed to just do ball rotation studies, but then he ended up using a lot of that film to present and whatnot. But LA Open, but then for about 9 years, they allowed us to put 3 cameras on the stadium court at the Indian Wells Masters. So basically, Vic got us in the building, and he would spend most of his time in the media room and ask questions and talk about brain typing of players and that side of it. And then I would run the cameras, so I'd be running up and down. Really, I was the first one there and the last to leave. There was actually several times that I slept in my car in the parking lot at Indian Wells, because I would finish around 1 or so, and then I'd have to be back by 6 a.m. before people started to warm up, because we had to film. So we had 2 cameras on the side and then 1 in the back, and we had to film this 3-dimensional cube, which was the reference points that we'd use for the APAS system, getting aerial system. So I would take this giant PVC pipe grid up and down the stadium every morning and every evening, and then run these cameras all throughout the day, and I'd have to go around changing the batteries. And so then we took that film, and then I had to digitize frame by frame the players' bodies from 3 different views. And to do 1 stroke takes a long time. But then when you finished it, you had this 3D skeleton, and then you had all the quantifiable data, so you could tell racket speed and joint angles and anything really that you wanted to find out about that shot, the ball speed, you could. And so that's where you don't really need to go that deep, but sometimes it comes in handy, like with the guy that had the question about racket speed. What you can do with slow motion videos and cell phones now is plenty. But so for 9 years, as I'm running those cameras, I got to just sit down there in the photo pit, basically where your eyes are at court level, and just watch. And you see the athleticism, the strokes, you see all the little nuances, you hear the players breathe and watch how they move. All the little things. You can hear some coaching sometimes. But so we've got a lot of good footage that we'd use then in the tennis college and different presentations, and also then in coaching. But there was one time where I was in the rear in the back, and they had these little cutouts with Velcro that the photographers would use to get shots from behind. And there was one time where, a ball, I was filming, and it may have been a serve or something, was hit, and the ball came, and I just perfectly could see it, and I timed it where my hand stuck through this little square hole and just caught the ball perfectly and kind of held it there, to make it dramatic, and got a good cheer out of the crowd. And then I just plopped it, it was basically palm down, and I just released it, almost like a claw opening up, and just let the ball drop. And so that was kind of fun. But yeah, when you see that footage from the back view, from ground level, you really see the different trajectories and spin, the lifting, and the speed of the game, really, the movement. I think. And then when you digitize, everything's just so slow, and you're doing you do the hand, the wrist, the elbow, the shoulders, the hips, the knees, the toes, and the head, and the racket. You start to see and notice little things. So again, it's the opportunity to really have an analytical eye, so you know without knowing, right? Like the book Blink, where you can just automatically pick up on things almost subconsciously, because I've just seen it a bunch. But yeah, those were really memorable years.
Let me
there at Indian Wells.
Powerful films. Let me ask you, what's the name? Well, you mentioned John Yandell. Let me stay with Yandell first. Is that, it gets back to me, is that he was told that, we're, rigid and one-dimensional. And, he's done a great service with tennisplayer.net. I love the old films and of the players, and about, if he knew, like, there's still articles written about Welby Van Horn on his site. And if he just knew what's really behind the GreatBase, the history of it. What's the name of the coach in Colorado? He's a very good player. He played at Stanford. Joey Johnson coached him at one time. Salisbury? Sausenstein.
Sausenstein, yeah.
Jeff Sausenstein. So he's taking some shots at us. But he, at one time, and I have to think of famous family, tennis family in Colorado, and one of my students was connected to them. And when he was on a tour, I can remember he referred our program when he was a player at one point. But so what he says about what we do is it doesn't look like pro tennis. It doesn't look like pro tennis. And I certainly, like anybody, I've listened to him on a podcast or two. And but one thing that he should be told is that one year he played Wimbledon with one of our students. He played doubles with Chad Clark, who was started by Jennifer Roberts, and Dave Anderson spent the most time with him. But we had a number of pros, Anderson being one of them, where he had autonomy at 2 clubs in a neighboring town, but we all were working together. Like we'd get, kids were all regular schoolers on Saturdays, won a tournament, Sundays. But here's a Braden experience for me, is that Betty Stova from the Netherlands, who's a world-class tennis player, Wimbledon finalist. Mandlikova was her student. She's Betty Stova, the Netherlands, Mandlikova, Czech. And, back then, we know that if she was from the Czech side or Slovakian side, it was all one. But in Gilnik Kerbanek, a French seminar photographer, and that's really what Yandell started as. It was amazing that he pulled it off. The very first thing where he got national recognition is McEnroe and Lendl didn't even like each other, but they made a rock and roll video together. And it was a cool video. So it's Betty Stove, Hanna Mandlikova, Gilda Kermanek, and Vic Braden. And I'm just with Vic. I don't have a speaking part. And I mean, Mandlikova was a great, great player, one of the best players in the world. And she didn't have a backhand grip. And you don't have to have a backhand grip. You think of like a John Newcomb. When John Newcomb had to demonstrate topspin at the John Newcomb Tennis Academy, people kind of look around and go, can he really demonstrate topspin? And, but you can turn the wrist. It's like a Johnny Mack, it's one of the reasons you want to go to the net, too much calculation, playing that role.
Yeah.
And, but anyway, Vic certainly was the class act that he always was. He wasn't confrontational, but I remember leaving that room and Vic going, they don't even know how she's hanging onto the racket. And it's, so then it's like, well, there's two sides of that. Well, okay, then you get to a certain point where, okay, she's a great player, but what if? And that's where, coming back to, Andy Roddick, if it is 20 years ago, I think it was 2003. I just know because, some associates of mine bought the Andy Roddick Tennis Academy and he'd be volleying and he would just yell, "Oh, my volleys suck." And he was inducted in the Hall of Fame and Jim Courier's sitting behind him and he goes, and Roddick's a great interview. He goes, "I might be the worst player that's ever been inducted in the Hall of Fame." He goes, "But I'm okay. I had a crappy backhand, but Jim Courier's behind me and he had a crappy backhand too." I mean, he's got a great sense of humor for jocks. I know Vic used to question his humor at times, but But Alcaraz, to me, I think Alcaraz is a gift from God. I mean, does anybody, and I've always said, does anybody with the microphone, the powerful people, the commentators, do they ever explain the nuts and bolts of why, like Federer is so good? What's the name of the guy? My son played him one time in a qualifier. He came to our place and it was amazing how he did it. He coached the Bryans. Most recently, he's coaching Nakashima. He's a Serbian. He's older than he was an assistant coach.
Dusan Bemic. Yeah, Dusan Bemic. Yeah, he really.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What an athlete.
Yeah, no, he really appreciates what we've done. Yeah.
So what an athlete. And but one time it was Djokovic's physical trainer, and of course my lack of computer skills. I know you would have just downloaded it and you own that for life. They took it down. It's just like they took down Malcolm Gladwell. There was a clip of him where he said,
I remember that.
Pro tennis players have absolutely no idea how they hit a tennis ball. Zero. Yeah. And, he spent time with Vic but with, it was teaching body balance. And really it's like going back to say Richard Krajicek. I know Stan Frankert, who was in charge of Dutch tennis, he would come and hang out at the Vic Braden Tennis College. I'd like to think that he had something to do with Krajicek hitting the serve so well. But because, here's a guy, it's like, well, he's got a Braden serve. Well, Vic would say, no, it's not a Braden serve. They just figured it out, and like so many people have gone before us. But with Alcaraz, what comes to your mind? Obviously, like all of us in tennis, you're watching him in spellbound awe. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, clean, fast hit. But I remember one time Vic told me that before Sampras had won the U.S. Open in 2014, right, last time. I believe that was the year. Or no, not 2014. What was the year? The last year he won the U.S. Open. Fact checker will have to look at that. But he said that Paul Anacone, who was with him at the time, called him up and said, asked for advice on Pete. And he said, well, he's got all this pressure and, but his people were, he's in a bit of a slump and they were saying, well, maybe it's his wife's fault. And so he said, try to get him coming out on the court laughing, get him smiling. And that was the advice that he gave Paul. And, then he said, Pete basically came out on the court that year when he retired and laughing and won the tournament. And then it just goes back to, it's all in the brain, so he was laughing, he was having a good time, enjoying the tennis and, not putting all the pressure. And so the brain firing the signal smoothly down the muscles, and you won the tournament. And you look at the same thing with Alcaraz; they get smiling all the time. It's like he's just happy to be alive. And so that's one thing. It's like, well,
for sure.
Can't you just success leaves clues? Like there it is. I mean, obviously he's efficient, but I think that's just one area where, man, if you really understand what's going on in the brain there, it is. When people say tennis is 100% mental, it's really the truth, because it is. It's like an electrical signal, the fire, come down and swing a forehand, swing a backhand, swing a serve, and you got to keep that smooth. So that's where it is. That's where it is 100% mental. But you obviously have to have the strokes and the fitness and the tennis IQ as far as some tactics go. But yeah,
that's a very good point. I heard,
always impressing. It just looks like he's just having fun. He's enjoying playing.
The commentators
are just stressed out all the time.
Yeah,
like,
no,
hey, you're not gonna die. You're not going down in the Titanic, right?
Right. Don't panic. You're not on Titanic. It's not life-threatening. The commentators were talking one time, and they basically looked at each other and said, no, they've never seen anybody who enjoys competition like that. And, a person that comes to my mind is Vijay Amritraj from years ago. I don't think that he was the fittest. I used to watch him practice at John Wayne Tennis Club with his shirt off, and the guy just seemed like he was always smiling.
Yeah.
I remember, certainly, him getting upset in practice. We were watching him practice every day. I was watching him take lessons from Emerson, and Kim Wittenberg was the assistant coach. And, he just worked out at that time if Vic Braden was out of town, I was out of town. I mean, I'm living in my van, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go do this and do that in Southern Cal. But with Anderson and I talked about, we should have a podcast on, we both were in Boca Raton, got this opportunity to be the tennis director of 29 tennis courts in Boca Raton. And it was going great. I was at the Orange Bowl, and Dennis Vandermeer, I was with Robbie Seguso, and Dennis goes, Steven, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I said, why is that, Dennis? He goes, you're working for him and he should be working for you. It's not going to work. And it was going fine. Robbie, he was like 2 or 3 years in a row voted the most popular player on the ATP tour. But what happened, there were some things financially where Arthur Cohen said, well, if you're going to take some cash from the business, you got to work in the business, because they were partners and he wasn't. So all of a sudden he starts to show up, and I can remember he was being interviewed, and, he'd come over and ask me, what should I say? You're one of the guys with best returns in the world. And, and I go, this is how you do it. And it just goes back to, he didn't know how to do it. But Natalia Sorkin, whose name's been mentioned on the podcast, and you've worked with her daughter. Her daughter is maybe 6 years into working with a group of us. And she started hitting balls with Carleen Bassett. Carleen Bassett loves it. She's way ahead of the curve with how she moves. And, we're insiders that we would be critical that, well, there's her older brother, and are they training too much like a middle distance runner? She would have been better maybe if she was chasing soccer balls. But only good things can happen if you just are in it, working. And, she's, I know she wrote something and I sent it to you, and she said, well, I think the mom's saying this. I think that, she'll always have it. And I go, no, she won't. You'll always have the great base, always have the solid foundation. No, she won't. You could lose it in no time. You got to work on it every day.
No, I was just going to say, even last week, I saw a video where, on a unit turn on her forehand, she's just kind of, adding this little deviation with the racket. And I was, I texted David second, and I was like, what's going on here? And then the very next day they're out there, working on the unit turn.
Well, even more to that story is that
the extra moves.
Even more to that story, you copied me on that, and I sent a text, and that's one great thing about technology. So, I just sent a text and said, hey, Secker, forehand side. And what he did, which was so smart, I smell the blood of an English bum. I think his mother's Irish, so we got to give his mother credit. But anyway, what Secker did is had this other Russian, Diana Schneider, send Tasia a video, and that's who she's going to listen to. This girl's 94 in the world, but yeah, then I got I guess you as well. I got a clip of it next day.
Yep.
That's where players have to have a golfer's mentality. But anyway, I told Anderson the story that Carlene Bassett loves the way Tasia hits, and he goes, "It's too bad she could have 30 courts of that." Because we came in just like you and I went to Tennis Memphis. We did that, like, okay, we're going to work the underprivileged. Is even this outfit in Minnesota, Lifetime. There was one point they were talking to me, and I said, "Yeah, I can move to Minnesota." They have 8 clubs, get everybody working together. Why can't they produce tennis players in Minneapolis? They can in Moscow. The weather's the same. But one thing with Anacone at that time, so Robbie, all of a sudden, it was like, okay, Anderson and I were just doing our thing, but there was others. There was like 5 or 6 people that had been part of Tennis Tech, and it's like, okay, we have this ability now. We're in Boca Raton. We were very successful in a very small city, Tyler, Texas. The second 5 years of a 10-year program, we produced more champions in Dallas and Houston combined. So it works. Yvonne said the other day on this clip that Petrus Kukimore from South Africa sent. Maybe you saw it on Facebook. You've definitely seen that type of work.
Yeah, I saw it.
And then there's this clip, your wife's in it swinging a sock on the serve. Jensen Rideout, I pulled that tape out because, like, hey, remember this? Actually, I didn't pull it out. Yvonne had to pull it out. I couldn't find it. I wouldn't even know where to look. So, but I can remember, Robbie, he was listening to us, but then all of a sudden, he had to come out, and he was very comfortable with, like, let's just pump out balls. Let's just get people moving. He didn't understand the technical side. And with Robbie, I could have a conversation with him. He's a great guy. Is that he was a winner. He was just a winner. And I remember Jimmy O'Brien, Robbie had, like any little kid, a Western grip. And Jimmy, back in the day, the late Jim O'Brien, changed him to a Continental. And he ended up with his grip on the bottom, the lower side of 3. And then also too, is that when he waited return serve, he waited with a backhand grip. But, unbelievable deuce court player. But Anacone was practicing hanging out with Patrick McEnroe. And Anacone, his older brother, Steve Anacone, who I had experience with later, get it just quickly, he was in a group from Knoxville. He was very respectful. He goes, but he said, how do you get these guys to do this? How do you, because the father just coached these kids, and great family, great values, la-di-da-di-da, work ethic. And certainly you've met, like, say, if the younger one who had the benefit of learning, or just being the practice partner of the 2 older brothers. So he's one of the top 10 kids in the U.S., tennisrecruiting.net or whatever. But I was telling Anacone's brother, this is years later, is, oh no, people have to be filmed. Kids aren't stupid. The old Braden thing, don't underestimate the capacity of the learner. But with Anacone, he also, back in the day in the ATP school, I had a chance just to sit in on that for a day. It was at the Miami Open, I believe. Maybe at that time it was called the Lipton. And I was just lucky enough to just be in the room because I knew somebody. Hey, come and sit in on this, okay? But the whole thing was, life after tennis. And Anacone, who gets along with everybody, whatever. He's a smooth operator. I don't think that may sound like there's a scheme to it, but so I said, why don't you work here? There was, like, this could be a very great opportunity, and come in, and he just understood, he knew there had to be a bridge between the teaching pro and the playing pro. But then what happened was that Tim Gullickson had brain cancer and passed away, and then he became Sampras's coach. But I just think that the people that need to realize that, okay, great. Tim did a great job. Paul Annacone did a great job. And then he went on and coached a little bit with, or maybe a lot with Tim Henman and then Federer. But the Joe public needs to realize is that, and we're not saying it to be negative, is that that's not even a third base coach. They're coaching the player who's already scored. And what we have in junior tennis is we have these merchants of flesh that are out at the junior tournaments handing out business cards. So, listeners have heard that, but, but I really think that there's a disconnect if this gentleman with the brain game, the Australian, O'Shaughnessy. One time,
Craig
Dave Fish wanted myself to get together with a young Craig O'Shaughnessy. Then you find all these connections. Is that he played college tennis with Scott Wittenberg, and he worked for Kim Wittenberg, and because he had very good technological skills, and he's a writer and a speaker. And Fish said, "Okay, you guys should get together." And I remember I couldn't go, but I sent Chad Birrell just to hang out with him for a couple of days. And I know he's made an impact, but when it comes down to like serve +1 or the first 4 shots, those are things that 12 and under tennis players don't need to hear. They just don't need to hear that, but that the whole hype of this.
I think they could just, to say that in a different way of just, maybe pattern or even like serve and recovery. Serve and volley is a serve +1. It's just pattern. It's just patterns, really, what it is.
But then, and he's on TV. He's got, perhaps he's done more for stats than like I say, a Bill Jacobson, who was the pioneer and to me a genius. I put him number 2 on my list as far as people with tennis knowledge. Braden being one, but I just think that whole scenario on the tour. How many people do you see charting matches? I mean, is it very low? Is it high?
No, it's low. And I mean, that's where even, myself, the French Open this year, I was charting Kim's match, and, maybe you're not 100% present, where the player goes, you feel like you want to be there. For example, Kim's mother was like, every time I look over you, you're looking at your sheet of paper, and like, okay, I don't want to lower your standard, but fortunately, Tennis Australia, they have people in charge of stats, so I can, hey, can I get this match, charted with all the stats and basically whatever I want. They have a system of their own, which is really cool. I have it, to use, but so I have that available to me, so I don't have to, be doing that kind of work. And I think there are several services out there where the players are using to get stats and video. So note taking for sure, you see that, but not the T charting kind of stuff that we're used to doing.
Let me ask you a question. Alcaraz on the serve. What do you think?
He just spans the racket a little bit, and could definitely lower the top, get more in front. But guys like that, they're so good with a forearm and they hit so many balls, they're strong. But no, I mean, there's room for improvement there for sure.
The myelin too. That's one thing. Is that it's like, okay, you got to be very careful at that elite level. But no, I mean, he's just a complete player. I mean, the speed is just out of this world, and the sense of enjoyment that you've already mentioned. But the guy can volley.
He goes forward.
He can go forward.
Yeah, he goes forward. He's so quick at recognizing a vulnerable situation, and he just gets all over it. So
yeah, it comes back to I've said 1,000 times.
Get that feeling.
Said 1,000 times. Pete Sampras, the last official match he played, he went to the net 104 times, and he didn't influence tennis. Or Navratilova, that underspin backhand won 9 Wimbledons. Can you name 9 people that have that? As part of their repertoire, 9 women that could hit that shot. And, you got Graf and Novotna, you can name people, but it's like, no. What about Swiatek?
Go ahead. I was just gonna say maybe if Pete had green hair or purple hair or something, I think of like a Nick Kyrgios who kids look up to because he's cool. They think he's cool, and so he can influence the youth. Pete was all about business and professional, and did the work and let his racket do the talking.
Maybe
he wasn't as flamboyant as, like, for example, like Andre. Just
maybe
you as loud as you can.
Maybe you were with my son in Australia for Connor Challenger. I guess he was in the third round. He's playing another Aussie, and it wasn't when they changed after the first game. And I could be telling the story a little bit wrong. They wasn't changed after they changed after the third game, but after the fifth game, Kyrgios looks up from his cell phone and he says, "You guys suck." And
I wasn't there.
You heard that story, but that's where I don't think Connor Ty Tucker says, "Hey, he was just so great in the locker room," but the hockey locker room, you got to be ready for that. I would have looked at it. I would have said, well, it would have been great if you could have looked at him and said, "Hey, buddy, have you looked in the mirror and seen your haircut?" You just had to come up with something, with that reminds me of Chevy Chase, where I thought I was pretty good at verbal abuse, heavyweight champion, king of sarcasm. That was a nickname Vic gave me at one point, the king of sarcasm. And, what Vic would do is Dennis Vandermeer, he would use the pronoun, "You do this on the serve." But Vic would say, and this is great for comedic talent, he said, "This is what we toads do on the serve." And he would just win over the audience. But I can remember trying to, and even Vic too. I would say Vic came out number 2, and he was just world class. I remember, Chevy Chase was hanging out, and my job is to go hit balls with Chevy Chase. And a lot of people would know Chevy Chase, but he's a pretty famous comedian, actor, writer. And you
haven't, you got to look it up.
Yeah, I found out pretty quick that Chevy was in a different league when it came to verbal exchanges. People should look up Fletch. They should look up Fletch. Just write that down. Fletch tennis or Fletch tennis ball machine. And it's a funny clip. It's a funny clip. And Chevy knew the ready position, the unit turn. With let me ask. It's midnight.
I was fortunate enough to meet. I was just going to say I was fortunate enough to meet Chevy with Vic. We did this interview with some young little project we were doing, and it was so fun for me. I don't even know if Vic really understood all the movies and Fletch and things like that, but for me, being a huge fan of Chevy's, that was really kind of funny. A cat named Cheeseburger.
No, I remember you telling me that. That was that was right before Vic passed away.
Jumping up on the table, and he was going, "Cheeseburger." Yeah, it was a little before. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I have just stories to tell about Chevy Chase. That could be a podcast. Oh my God, that guy.
Yeah.
Everything from how he filled out the application, like say, wife, he put NUN. I mean, everyone. He was a writer first, and I remember after 2 45-minute sessions, there'd be a break, and you get orange slices at Vic Braden Tennis College. And the furthest court down, when he was on that court, he left a little early and he locked everybody in. It was a beautiful place, Coto de Casa, but there was just a thing, because tennis was so big then, is that you had to, we're here at this beautiful resort, Wintergreen. No one's worried about anybody stealing balls because there's just not enough people playing tennis. He locked everybody in. He went up, took his shoes and socks off, and he's just waving to everybody. Constant prankster, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask Yvonne. You still Yvonne over there in the corner? What number are we at now on the clock? 3:57. Let's just go for an even 4, Fitzell. And
I think what we could do is also we could make this 2 parts if we need to. But
yeah, we could make it 2-part podcast.
It
could be.
A long time.
We could keep it 4 hours and be proud that we have the least listened podcast in the world. Last I heard, there was 2.5 million podcasts. I think one thing we could do is it was your idea, this podcast, and I remember saying to you one time, can we just do it like every other week or every third week? And you said no. Do it every week.
No, do it every week. Yeah.
And with podcasts, do you listen to tennis podcasts? You must.
Yeah, some. I listen to a lot of books on tape. It's one thing with technology, with cell phones. I mean, they're a great tool, and you just have to be disciplined and know how to use them, for the benefit. So I listen to a lot of books on tape, and I'll look at if there's somebody I want to listen to on a podcast, I'll do that. I mean, I definitely listen to our podcast. So but I listen to a lot of books on tape.
Have you ever listened to Spittin' Chicklets?
I've seen it. We were just talking about that the other day.
Chicklets for the listeners
really good job. Yeah.
For the listeners, the chicklets are, if you don't know what a chicklet is, it's about the size of your tooth, and it's white, and your teeth. And so in hockey, you lose your teeth. It's called Spittin' Chicklets, and
great name.
Yeah, for me, I've listened to a ton of podcasts. It's amazing what's out there. If I was a little more skilled, but I know up here in the mountains, sometimes the reception and your phone, and I was going on some trails initially, but I found out that, this won't work, because if I go down this trail, although I was told to, you never go hiking up here unless you're by yourself, but I've also been told, the bears, they ignore us, kind of like Winston Churchill says about the pigs. Yeah, so the bears, Chris Farley with the bears.
I think you asked quickly about Iga.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a competitor, mover.
I've watched a lot of her fitness workouts.
There's pictures of her this week practicing here with, speaking of tape over the mouth.
Yeah, I'm going to guess before you tell me. Let me interrupt. Before I saw that, and I said, and I love the motto of her sports psychologist. It's high standards and low expectations. But I was thinking that the sports psychologist said, "Put this on your mouth. You just need to shut up." Well, why was she doing that?
No, I think it's something with the cardiovascular stuff.
Oh, wow.
But I don't know. That's kind of what I read a little bit. Her psychologist has been in the gym.
But the one thing is that she works on movement. Certainly she comes from that red clay court culture, that world of red clay court tennis. And I know she comes from a family. I think her father was high level in one sport. I should be able to rattle off. I've read enough about her, but I like the Spaniards.
When I see that,
I'm sorry. I was just going to Spaniards. 50% tennis, 50% fitness. Go ahead, Switek.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say. I mean, that's where. Okay, if it is a Band-Aid over your mouth to something with cardio or whatever it is, breathing, and it's those type of players and people that are obsessed. They're the best, and I can't really say that I've worked with somebody. I mean, Kim works really hard, but it's like, are you really obsessed? Like, do you, I'm giving you this information. It's like, are you really going to take it and run with it? Are you really, it's like, are you going to do everything you can? Are you, do you just love to hit tennis balls and just do every little thing you can to get the advantage? And that's just, okay, there's okay, I've got tape with my mouth this week. Somebody told me maybe this is going to help with this. So I'm sure there's a reason.
Yeah, I like that, to be obsessed. It's kind of like
you got to be obsessed if you want to be the best. You can't be normal. If you want the ultimate, you got to be willing to pay the ultimate price.
Vic Braden, Monroe, Michigan. It's not too far from Detroit. Tells a story about hitchhiking to Detroit. He's up in the rafters to shoot down on Don Budge. How he hits a backhand, and he almost fell out of the rafters. It could have been bad news at that point. I one time was at a tennis teaching clinic with Vic, and he just said, "Let's go." And what happened was one of his sisters was in the hospital. So we go to Monroe, Michigan, and he goes, Steve, pull over. And the tennis courts that were there when he was a kid are no longer there, but we just walk out, and it was a public area where it was the grass was mowed and whatever. And he goes, this is where it happened. Lawrence Alto. Lawrence Alto is that, Vic saw these stray balls, and he started running out as a little kid, and he's going to steal the balls. And Lawrence Alto said, kid, over here. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, where Vic's hey, I'd like to have one of those. Yeah.
But yeah, Lawrence said to him, hey, kid, two things are going to happen. You're either going to hang around here and you're going to learn tennis, or I'm going to take you to jail for stealing tennis balls. Yeah. And that's how Vic started with tennis. Amazing.
Yep.
So we're over the 4-hour mark. I think what we could do is let you get some sleep. Really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah.
I don't know if
all good.
I don't know if I'm 100% going to thank you for your idea of having a podcast. But we're going forward. But we get positive feedback. I mean, people tell us that they like it.
Yeah, it's nice to be back on, and maybe we can hopefully do it again. And obviously we could talk tennis for hours, and I kind of feel like we barely scratched the surface. But if anybody wants to reach out to me, they can. Instagram's probably the best way. Andy Fitzell. And yeah,
I actually listened to you on a podcast, Baseline Intelligence.
Right.
I don't know if the gentleman heard I don't know. I don't think we had an entire podcast on your podcast, but we covered it. And Alex Vukovic teaches a free clinic where that gentleman lives. What is his name?
Jonathan Stokey.
Stokey, where he lives. Beautiful. I've never been there. Here's really beautiful. Charleston, South Carolina. But Alex Vukovic teaches a free clinic on some public park most Saturday mornings in Charleston, and maybe you should try to connect. Stokey is his name, Jonathan Stokey, with Alex Vukovic.
Yeah.
And I think if people have the connections, like you said, like let's have a conversation. It's really interesting. There's only takeaways this from but that's not unusual to have it's not just Poland. I certainly do know some Polish jokes that would have been appropriate, but that there's tennis teaching conferences. Like, we're not going to talk about technique. Brandon Fallon, Brandon Fallon, right? I mean, he took leadership positions with USPTA Southern Cal, and he hosted a number of speakers. And he had one speaker quite famous in American tennis, and he said, "No, we don't do technique. I've never done technique." But actually, the speaker, what he did, which was very good, is he sat in and he listened to a few other speakers. That's where these so-called headliners or people who are making presentations, I can be cynical, but a lot of times people at a conference making a presentation, they're selling something. There's a back end sale.
Yeah.
They're speaking, and then they have a book to sell. They're speaking, now they have a subscription model to sell. And, there's people that are selling tennis education online. They really haven't taught a lot of tennis, and they don't really have too many kids who can hit the ball well. And I shouldn't say kids, because, it's the same with adults. All right, Fitzell, what are you going to write on the bathroom wall when you get out to California? No one will know you wrote it down. I'm just teasing, but we'll stay away from graffiti. But why don't you end this podcast with one cast, I'm tired here, so I'm an old man. Why don't you end this with one mind vitamin, one pearl, one quote, one thought?
There's a podcast I do listen to a little bit. It's called The School of Greatness with Lewis Howes. And I've listened to it quite a bit. He's had a lot of great guests on there. There's actually an episode with Kobe Bryant, which is really, really good, that I would recommend listening to. But he always says at the end of his podcast, he asks his guests that are on there, he says, what are your 3 truths? Really kind of a great question. He's like, if everything you've done, if you just lost everything, no one's got any of your podcasts or any of your videos or any of your books or anything, what's the 3 things you want to leave with people? I really like that idea. So I tell some people my 3 truths where, this is where it gets maybe a little spiritual, philosophical, but my 3 truths where I try to have, as the fundamental principles of my coaching philosophy, I guess you could say. The first truth is there is a God, looks over us, loves us, watches us, but it's usually through another person that he meets our needs, which I think is really cool. And these are all borrowed from other people, but so that's the first truth. Second truth goes along with the first one, and this is from a prophet. When you're in the service of your fellow beings, you're really just in the service of God. And so you got to serve others best you can. That goes along with the first one because we're the tools that God uses to help others. And then the third one goes along with Braden, but laughter is the best medicine. And laugh and win. So those are the kind of 3 things I think about life and coaching. Is just like, okay, really in the end, we're all gonna die. Tennis is a game, and sometimes we can't take things too seriously. Have some perspective, but just try to help others that you can, and learn as much as you can, because that's really what you're going to take with you. What you learned from your life, your experiences, and then how you helped others. So I'll leave you with that.
No, great. I'll say this: well put. Need to write that down. Thank you. I would add one last thought: is that at one point, you have to look back. You and I were perhaps making these podcasts together, but we did split one up one time, and I was told by several people not to do that. But I do think that
we can throw it up there.
Throw it up there, and I really think with 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Some of the juniors so well. We've worked with a lot of young players together, and what they should have done is started with the first one. But again, do your the juniors, do your homework first, do your schoolwork first. No, we made a podcast just yesterday based on circumstances, and it was just like tonight. It was midnight. We're not always doing this. We do it just once a week. But there was a young kid who said he wanted to sit in on the podcast, and fair enough, he was on his phone. And I just said, were you taking notes on your phone? Jim Lair, total engagement. But I like so many things to take away the thing about being obsessed. I certainly was obsessed to hang out with Vic Braden. I always tell people, hey, because I've taught so many people Vic Braden information, but for me, I lived in a van, and I worked nights at a bar. That's back when you could smoke in the bar, get out of the bar. I had hair back then too, so you're reeking of smoke. Illegally jump in a swimming pool with a bar of soap. And then go up, and then Vic would get to work at 6. I'd be there at 5:45, like no sleep 101. And so I've gone to great lengths to I made some sacrifices to learn tennis, and then fair enough, the students, like a junior tennis player, has to do their schoolwork. But if someone's a coach, it's like, okay, you have to get a handle on this. You have to really take a deep dive. But all the best to you, your wife, and Theodore.
Yep.
And good luck in California. Good luck to your player. Talk to you later in the week.
Thanks. And then, thanks. And maybe we'll catch up after the Open.
Yeah. Maybe you can swing by here.
Play around the golf there.
Yeah, play golf. I think you could wrestle bear.
Pet a bear.
I think you could wrestle bear.
Yeah.
All right, Andy. All the best. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yep.
Bye.
And that's it. That's how the cookie crumbled. 157, broke a record. He asked me. I thought, he let the boy get some sleep, but he said, "Let's go for the record." So, let's go for the record. Thank you, Andy. Good night, everyone.